Good evening and welcome to the 22nd meeting of fiscal year 2026 of the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order and begin with introductions of the planning board members and our staff. If you would like to.
Sure. Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Hal Munger, member.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. And this evening we have our planning director, Liz. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Liz Manning, and Avante is here virtually if you want to say hi, Avante.
Avante.
Hello, Avante here, Assistant Planning Director.
Great, thank you very much. The items, beginning with the first administrative item, we had deferred the minutes from March 12th and March 26th because we did not have a quorum here to vote on. I reviewed them, I'm fine with them. Maggie, Hal wasn't here, so he can't vote. Were you good with those sets of minutes?
What were the dates again, Meredith?
It was March 12th and 26th.
So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of March 12th and March 26th.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Future meeting minute dates. Our next, we have a joint select board planning board meeting scheduled for June 23rd. Then our regular scheduled planning board meeting, June 25th, and then July 9th will be the next regular scheduled meeting. And now staff update.
Were there some other minutes in the folder that Liz shared?
There are minutes, yes.
There's minutes, but I
Not
don't
to review.
think you haven't done.
I haven't had a
Okay.
chance to review them.
I see, okay.
Have you reviewed them, Hal?
I did,
Do you have comments on them?
I did not.
Okay.
They were, most of them were for before town meeting.
Yeah,
So they're in there for us to review and then the next meeting we'll
Yeah.
vote to approve them?
Yes.
Okay,
Usually, because I typically had edits, the others, and since I'm the secretary, the others have afforded me the opportunity to review them first before
I
I
see,
vote.
okay.
But if there's a need to do
Yes.
it, I'll make every effort to get them done for the next meeting.
yeah, so Cheryl usually goes through them and then sends them out, so we review those. And then if we have any comments, because there's sometimes little things that might, that we might catch or want corrected, and then we can do that and vote on those as amended.
Okay, thanks.
Good. So back to me, to you.
I feel like we typically start off, Avante, with an update on the open space and rec plan. Do you wanna start there?
Looking behind
That
you.
sounds good.
Yeah.
So yesterday I met with the Commission on Disability about the ADA transition plan. I'd say it's a good first step forward. There were only a few people at that meeting, but they seemed like knowledgeable and interested in helping provide input on this transition plan. So I definitely want them to be involved. So they do need more time to review that draft report, but the goal is to meet with them again, but with the consultant this month, ranking these action items for the plan. A couple other updates too, working on a couple focus group efforts. I know Craig is going to meet with Christine from the Council on Aging on Monday to set up a focus group with seniors. And then the other focus group, I just after past planning board meetings, decided instead of Connect Milton to reach out to the West Milton Neighborhood Association because they've been involved in the community recently and they serve multiple precincts which are considered like environmental justice communities. So that's a key part of the state requirement for the environmental justice outreach. So I reached out to that association, got a good amount of interested people who wanted to participate. And so Craig has also started reaching out to them to figure out a good time to meet. So yeah, those are recent updates.
I was wondering, Avante, are you gonna reach out to any other neighborhood associations, too?
It's a good question. I'll be honest, I know besides these two efforts mentioned, the other one that I was hoping to do is like some sort of like youth focus group efforts to, recruit youngsters has been admittedly a challenge at this time of year. So yeah, not necessarily giving up, but yeah, certainly trying to, be creative about my options for that last focus group, how to best fulfill that just environmental justice engagement requirement. So yeah.
Because I know East Milton Neighborhood Association has a very big association. My neighborhood association is very active. So maybe you don't even really need to meet with them, but would it be okay if we shared the plan with the associations, and then they could take a survey amongst their members, or distribute it to their email list?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. So yeah, no, I think that's a great point. We'll make note of that. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Avanti. And I know you had uploaded the notes from the food pantry.
That was
Effort-
great, yeah.
effort as well, which I thought was really very rich, a very rich engagement that you were able to coordinate there with the consultant. So just wanted to make note of that too. I thought that was excellent.
So just a question on this outreach is going to then be factored into the plan itself, Meredith, like you're
It's
on
a
the
new
committee.
requirement
Yeah.
because as this has taken some time, there's certain things that dropped off, like actually ADA, I think dropped off a requirement, but we felt it was still important to include. So this is an additional, sort of a newer requirement that the state has in open space and recreation.
Because it is, there are Parks and Rec doing a recreational master plan, which may or may not have been more focused on youth sports. But what I noted in here was really non-youth sport kind of comment on open space. So it's one of the things I think that's important when we look at that email that we received from one of the town meeting members from Precinct 1 and talking about outdoor space and a place for community. That's consistent with what we see here.
And
it's
passive
not
recreation,
field. Yeah,
exactly.
it's
They
not
mentioned
fields, right.
a high level of interest in passive recreation.
So I just want to make sure that this kind of message gets to the parks and department and parks commissioners as well.
So they do have a representative.
Oh, they do, okay,
Who
great.
sits on the Open Space and Recreation Committee. So I think some of this will be an umbrella and somehow maybe captured some of this in the Open Space and Recreation Plan, the more detailed survey information
Okay,
that we
great.
learned.
All right.
And it seems like a lot of the information here and in the email that you referenced, Cheryl, ties in with the stuff that you guys discussed and heard about the Boston Blue Hills, the Parkway, right? The improvements that are there with the increased safety of the crosswalks and the improvement to the Pine Brook trail. So getting all those people in the same room to make some real decisions would be.
Well, I think as the email person noted, that there's individual efforts and they're
Right.
good efforts, but what ties
Tied
them
together,
together and how do people find out about them and is an important comment. I think it is something for us to think about.
Yeah.
The collaboration between. So, and as the report moves forward, who's responsible for the next steps? I don't know if that's part of the plan itself, but that's always important because oftentimes it's a great report, but then what's the follow-up? Because who's responsible is important, because otherwise it can sit on a shelf.
There's also a playground planner who's also involved, because
Great.
that's part of, so there is a lot of crossover that I think, as we're starting to wrap up, anything could be sent to Craig to add, to his report. And initiate.
So even maybe that email could be sent, because it identifies the initiatives in that movement, from the Tucker Playground to the Beverly Park Playground to the, excuse me, to the DCR property.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there were two communications from either members of that West Milton Neighborhood Association. I think Avante had already communicated back with that group yesterday, right, Avante?
Yeah, yep. I actually received a letter which was addressed to the board. They meant to share it with the board, but I had not updated the contact information for the board, which Hal brought to my attention. So now that's updated on the town website. But yeah, they I know they sent a letter, and they were just basically, appreciating that they reached out and that they're interested in like participating and collaborating on this effort. And so yeah, so that was great to hear. And so I'll make sure to share that letter with you guys.
Thank you.
Great.
Good. That's good. All good work. Okay, so what do I have here? I sent out a quick email just probably 2 hours ago to Darwin Ceballos, the town engineer, just to ask him, if he wouldn't mind keeping me sort of, more closely up to date. And I think the next milestone on the East Milton, the East Milton area MassWorks grant is a kickoff meeting with the consultant. So his latest communication, I think I copied you folks on that, said that that was expected in the next couple of weeks. So we'll keep a close eye on the schedule on that one. Any questions on that? Because I did upload his response on it. So was it clear to everybody sort of what the next steps are?
It was clear to me what he was describing. I just wish there would be some actual dates associated. And I'm not pointing my finger at him. I know it's out of his hands, but if they're the timeline seemed like it was very quick,
Yes.
and they were wanting to. I think it was our hope that we would get this process started before everyone went away for the summer, but it seems like that's might not be the case. So I just like to advocate for, if they do the public outreach and there's only a couple people that participate in that, I don't think that's really representative of what the neighborhood would want. So I want to make sure that there's robust communication that is getting out and engagement. So
Yeah.
So, and I do, to that point, I support that, because I do feel like MassDOT, when they did the rotary up on Route 28, all the neighbors up there, there's a survey, 1,000 people signed it. They were against the rotary, they wanted more input, and they quickly went to the 75% design. And then they said, oh, we've gone too far. So that's always my frustration, is they're not listening to the people who are impacted the most.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do a design, and then they're like, this is what you're kind of stuck with. So I do think perhaps before they move along, they should meet with the neighbors and have a neighborhood meeting.
There is a listening session scheduled very early on in the scope of services. So I think once that kickoff meeting takes place, that's kind of like the internal piece. And then I think they need to do survey work, and they need to sort of like do that like existing conditions analysis to know what they're dealing with out there today on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But to Hal's point, that stuff can progress really quickly once it gets going. So hopefully this communication back to Darwin will kind of keep us like on, really closely in the loop in terms of that kickoff meeting, which I think once that gets scheduled, I think the timeline, from what I could see, it always kind of anticipated that listening session in that summertime period. Okay. So that might be something to discuss. Okay. And I'm perfectly honest, I don't know how tightly they're tied for grant purposes and for other purposes to a specific schedule. But I'll definitely stay in touch with them and make sure I'm
And did I hear correctly that they are at the 75% design?
No,
No,
They're not there
no, I
yet.
think that
I don't
was,
think
yeah,
they
no,
just,
no,
no.
I think the email says it is signed a contract on May 20th, so.
Okay.
I haven't- yeah.
yeah. And as of, a week ago, they had not scheduled the kickoff.
Okay.
Okay, quickly, what else? Maggie had reached out for some of the housing production plan materials, and so it occurred to me I need to be uploading those materials for the board as well, so you guys can keep a pulse on that process. That group met for a kickoff meeting with the consultant last week. Was it last week? That's right. Good meeting, really good meeting. I've got a pretty complete summary of what happened at the meeting. We've got a timeline, an updated timeline from the consultant based on the conversation at that meeting. So I'll share all of that with the planning board, so you folks can all kind of keep tabs on that one. The fire station RFP has
Wait,
been.
can I just make
Oh,
a
sure,
comment
sure.
about that? So I listened in to that meeting, and I kind of was a little surprised that it's kind of been a delay, because I think the town reached out to Karen, the consultant, in December. I went back and looked, and I think the letter was like December 9th, and then we talked about hiring her, and she was hired, I believe, in like March.
I
Was
think
it-
so. That sounds right. That sounds
Um,
right. Yep.
So, my concern is that, we're not in safe harbor by not having this production plan. We are not in safe harbor. And I think somebody made a comment about that is, what's the risk? Like,
Mhm.
there's a risk for
Mhm.
not being in safe harbor. There's a risk for not having a housing production plan. So, I had sort of, expressed my concern that this housing production committee was another committee that was going to just be slow and slow down the process. And, I questioned if we needed it, if we could just work with our board, the select board, and the Affordable Housing Trust. Couldn't we just bypass the formation? But it was formed. And now, Karen said multiple times that she could have a plan ready for June, even though it might be rushed a little bit, but it could be done for June. Because I'm afraid that, something could happen. I don't want the responsibility for a 40B to come to a neighborhood when there possibly could have been an opportunity to stop it.
Mhm.
And so I was under the impression, and I wasn't part of the original housing production plan process, but I kind of was under the assumption that this time around it was a little bit easier because we could just take it from 2020 and kind of update it and then move it along a little bit.
Mhm.
So I don't know, I just wanted to express my frustration with the delay.
Yeah, I think it's trying to coordinate, different boards and wanting to ensure that the public was given sort of, I feel, the public was given adequate notice and opportunity to participate in the process. It's similar to the open space and recreation plan, where it's sort of like it's a regulatory document. You have to check certain boxes, you have to do certain things. So yeah, there probably are ways to expedite, right? But I think there was a pretty good consensus that, and I think she was working really, really hard to figure out a way to only add like a max of like 1 month on the other end. So I think that's probably kind of the key piece is that her original scope was to wrap this thing up by late October, and we're looking at November. And it's aggressive, and we've got to have some joint meetings, and some different things have to line up, and people have to turn deliverables around quickly. But she's confident that she can, if we can get people together and keep that piece rolling, then she can deliver, you know, with only about maybe like an extra month on the other end of the scope. So it's not perfect, but it's.
Yeah, that was a very, you know, as our, one of the people who was able to make it concerns with. A lot of discussion, Maggie, you know, on the schedule. In fact, most of it was on the schedule. And I thought we really did try and nail down dates and deliverable timeframes. And so I thought in the end, we came to a pretty good place of how to get it done. And as quickly as possible, but still allowing public comment and input, because just for anyone who's watching, the plan has to identify places that we think are suitable for housing. And we know, and multifamily housing, and potentially 40B housing that would be more friendly 40B housing. So we don't want that to be something that's, you know, all of a sudden somebody finds out about when the plan's already approved, and we know what that's like. So that's the part for me that needs the most public engagement. The front end, the data is going to be so much different, like from 2020, because you're really looking at 2019 data and so forth, because there's so much that's changed in our zoning and in the projects. And so that really needs some time. I think she really felt like she needed some time to get that up to date. So yes, and she knows Milton, which is great, but there have been a lot of things that have happened that she needs to spend time getting.
No, and I agree that it should be, you know, I believe in a lot of public input and full transparency, but I just thought like our board and the select board and the housing trust, we meet more frequently. So if it was an opportunity for our boards to talk about it prior to a plan being written, and I think we get airtime where the housing production, who watches that meeting? You know, the select board meeting gets watched, we get watched. So I just felt like that part of it would actually promote more public outreach if we talked about it.
Is this the lack of the town's housing production plan? Is that the only thing keeping us out of safe harbor at this point?
Well, I think, you know, one safe harbor is having over 10% of your housing stock, you know, as deemed affordable.
I guess I was, are we there?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
the town is not in safe harbor for that purpose. And that's my understanding, is that would be, you need to have your housing production plan in place. And then what needs to happen is you have to meet sort of a certain minimum production during a time period in order to qualify for safe harbor. So you have to get the housing production plan in place first. And then if a project gets permitted or if a project gets constructed and occupied, you get credit for that. And I think it's 5% or something. I think it's on an annual basis. So the first step is getting a housing production plan in place, and it's been expired for over a year.
So what it would, if it's in place and we're making progress as a percent to the percentages that was mentioned, it means a denial of an acceptance to review a 40B is not appealable to the Housing Appeals Committee. That's the way I understand it. You got that right, Carolyn?
Does that sound right,
So you
Carolyn?
either get a 1 year or a 2 year safe harbor, depending upon what goal you meet.
So right now, even though all these are under construction and we haven't reached 10%, we could still get applications.
So I think we're at what 7.38%. We're pretty close to being 10. We're pretty close there, and I don't know how many units that is, but it's we're not that far off.
So one of the things is how, like we talked about this a bit too, is at what stage you're counting the units, because they're permitted, but if you don't have a building permit and then if you don't have an occupancy permit,
They roll off.
they roll off, right? So the close part, I think, is something that Karen talked about addressing really, so that we can have a better idea, especially for the plan itself.
Thank you. Was that meeting recorded for Sean? Okay.
Share that with Maggie.
Okay. I don't know if
share-
Sean
happy
would
to
need
share.
to watch it. If
I'm
it's
sure-
more
I'm
schedule
sure they'll
related,
want
but
to, yeah.
we can let him know that that's available.
Absolutely.
Great.
Great, let's see, what else? So the fire station RFP was posted to the town website. It'll be back on July 22nd. So it's there to take a peek at if you folks wanna look at it. It's on the bids page. Action. And we had a meeting with the sign review committee 2 nights ago to review the sign for the food center for the new Julian's Kitchen. So the sign review committee gave a positive recommendation on that sign for the new restaurant, so that was great.
Is that just a temporary sign that's up right now?
I think it's
Yeah.
sort of
It's
like
like
a
a
vinyl,
banner.
It's like
sort of like a
a
vinyl
tarp,
banner.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
a vinyl banner,
Yeah.
yeah.
So they'll have one that will kind of match the other graphics.
Yeah. So, so that was done on Tuesday night, and I understand I believe they're open.
Yeah.
And they've got, so that's good news there. And I think that's about it. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff on the agenda, so.
Yeah. Good, all right. Liz, that's great, thank you. So next we can move to item 3, which is public comment. If there is anyone on Zoom, you can raise your hands, or anyone here in the public who would like to speak to something. If it's on our agenda, you'll have time to speak on that as well, so. You'd like to come, if you'd like to come forward and just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, my name is Kevin Chase. I live at 16 Antwerp Street, and I served with Cheryl on the warrant committee for 7 years. So good to see you, but planning board is definitely not in my sweet spot. I came tonight because I wanted to hear the town, the planning board's opinion on short-term, what is it called? Short-term rentals. Why am I here? Because I have an Airbnb 2 doors down from me, and it's a problem. I live in a residential area. The Airbnb advertises can sleep over 20 people. Okay, there's trash. They park on the street overnight. Fire engines and ambulances cannot get by on the street now that we have a new sidewalk. Trash pickups all over the place. Police have been there at least 3 times at night to break up loud disturbances. So I've looked at some of the planning, and I know we have short-term rentals. I think that was made for students at Cardi, or something like that. But these, I don't think that pertains, or maybe there's a better definition that needs to be applied for daily rentals, or because it is a problem in my neighborhood, and I can't. You tell me. I'm trying to learn what the town's position is on it. I mean, personally, I don't think an Airbnb should be in a residential neighborhood. So I don't know what the zoning law is, or what the guidelines are, or what are the fines for not, picking up the trash? What are the fines for the police showing up? What are the fines for inadequate parking? We also have commercial vehicles we had 2 of the biggest U-Hauls that they rent pull into the neighborhood, park on the street, because they were doing an overnight move. So the team that was there parked in the street, spent the night in the Airbnb, and then did the rest of the move. They moved on down, but they were 2 big, huge U-Haul trucks that were parked on the street overnight. So it is a disturbance. And I mean, if you go to Airbnb, this isn't the only one in Milton. They are popping up around. And now I was on the warrant committee. I'm like, are they paying additional taxes? How is the town being compensated for these types of rentals? So
Kevin, are you aware that we began talking about short-term rental bylaw recently?
I saw it on the agenda, so I didn't know. You tell me to go sit in the back, and I'll listen to what you have to say. If you already have this all spelled out to address the things that I'm talking about, I'm happy to sit back and listen.
We heard from others that it's a problem, and we have decided that yes, we should work on a bylaw, because we don't have a bylaw that addresses it right now. And we haven't delved into the details yet, but we do have it on the agenda tonight.
You know, you talked about another subject, about the low-cost housing. This is impacting that. This was this property would qualify.
Which is also something another resident had said to us, it, you know, takes away homes for people to live, right? And this is an issue with Airbnbs across the world, right?
Right.
And so there's more and more regulation that's happening, as a, you know, because of that.
So
I mean,
thank you
I've
for
used
your-
Airbnb, you know, I think there's a, you know, you guys at the point, but there's a right place for the right things. I mean, I remember, I'll bring up like a long time ago, we worked on the Whole Foods, you know, the land swap in the Whole Foods. That was
Oh, over on Randolph Ave.
on Randolph Ave, yeah. So I understand there's a proper place for things, and I understand that. So if you guys already have it on the agenda, I mean, I can follow up with you. I'll follow your meeting minutes and things like that.
That's great.
And if there's, I don't know what you need to hear. You probably already heard, I guess you might have heard everything that I've said tonight. So,
What I'd like to hear, is, so my understanding is we don't have a bylaw, so it's prohibited. Cause we don't, so the question is,
so,
do you want a bylaw
so,
to to allow for?
correct. I want a bylaw, and I want prohibitive fines about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked, I can't remember the gentleman I talked to. He's like, there's nothing here that says I can give them a fine.
That's what
So
we're
I have no basis to fine them for anything. So,
But you would be okay allowing short-term rentals in town? That's what I
think
want.
we need to
We need to
redefine
regulate.
that term.
Yeah,
Okay, short-term rentals, if you're renting month to month because you're at college, is different from night to night.
Yeah.
So either clarify the definition, break it up, be more definitive in the language. I'm not the lawyer, but you know, is this the lawyer back there? So, definitive in the language that says we have a standing short-term rental. Airbnb is not a short-term rental, right? In my mind. So I'm sure the lawyers can come up with much better language than I can state to define what an Airbnb is. If it's a day-to-day rental, I don't know if short-term, there's gotta be a term that's much better than
it's a
what I'm
legal term.
Thank you. We're really not supposed to be a
Yeah.
discussion because it's not.
Okay.
a
I'm sorry,
agenda item.
Yeah.
That's okay, but we are hearing what you're saying, and that's why we're here to look at how we can regulate these. So
Okay, great. I mean,
thank you. Please stay and listen.
I'll stay and listen. I just,
Yeah.
I
Help.
wanted to make sure I was following protocol.
Absolutely.
And, like,
Appreciate
I wasn't
that.
sure if you talked about it and I came back, it would be, oh, sorry, you
No,
missed the
no.
opportunity to.
It's-
so.
Yeah. Thank
But,
you.
it's just, we have some older people on our street, and I know there was one time the fire engine was trying to come down the street, and he was just laying on that big air horn until people came out and moved their cars.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and I know the police, you know, we've said to the police, there's 10 cars parked on the street. They were there overnight, and they're like, they've got enough calls from the neighborhood that they're like, okay, so, you know, we'll see them. But it's not like they do it every night. They do issue tickets when there's overnight parking on the streets. They've been helpful, but I think it needs to move to the next level, is what I'm trying to say.
And we will be seeking public input on any article that we put forth. There'll be a public hearing, so.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And that will be, if you put it forward, would it hit town meeting?
We're hoping.
Okay,
That's our goal.
all right, fantastic. Thank you for listening to me and
Thank you.
understanding what I'm doing.
Thank you so much.
I'm not, just because I'm here one night.
Nice to see you, Kevin.
Okay, great. Anyone on Zoom? Any hands up? I'm not seeing any.
Nope. No hands up.
Great. So then we can now move to item number 4, zoning recodification discussion with KP Law. Carol, if you'd like to come join us. Welcome back.
Thank you. I know, I haven't been here for a few months.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're a frequent flyer there for a
I
while.
was. But I hear everything went well at town meeting, that's all that really matters, so, yeah. So Liz had sent me about 4 or 5 different things. I don't know, do you wanna just start with the reconfiguration process?
Recodification, that would be great.
And so I had sent a proposal that I assume the board has had a chance to look at. I know from conversations with Liz and some information she provided before I submitted that, that general code had done some work when we were transitioning to them. And they had pointed out, some areas of inconsistencies or where state law had changed and maybe the zoning bylaws need to be updated, that sort of thing. So that's typically something that, as I broke it down in the proposal, there's really 4 phases to this, but phase 1 and phase 2 have an awful lot of overlap. So phase 1 is what I typically call the audit phase, which is sort of the initial review of the zoning bylaw and things that really jump out as things that would really require some attention. But it would also, it's also sort of a period of time when I'd look for things like, internal inconsistencies. Now, for example, we just updated the sign bylaw. Was an unintended consequence of that somehow or other going to impact something perhaps in any of these overlay districts or planned unit developments that also have a provision about signs that maybe we didn't quite pick up on, for example, that could be, could create an internal inconsistency. And then of course there's just sometimes text that is used, and it may seem like nothing, but one of the examples I like to use is it a lot? Is it a parcel? Is it a site? We use these terms almost interchangeably, yet they can have very different meanings when you're actually applying them. So some of those levels of detail would need to be worked out. But then there's also sort of like the next phase where I approach the zoning bylaw section by section and give you a section by section report. And I would also recommend meeting with certainly this board, building commissioner, maybe just meeting with like Liz and Avante, one-on-one, to sort of get a sense of, for the folks who have to read this document and apply this document every single day, or who are dealing with the folks who come up to the counter and say, I own a property at such and such an address, I wanna know if I can do X or Y. It should be something that either we should easily be able to answer, or even have a document that we don't need to answer it. They can just go online and be able to pretty quickly navigate the bylaw. And so one of the things that jumps out at me is your lack of a use table and lack of a dimensional table.
Thank you very much.
And
I've been saying this for years.
Right.
I come at this, there's no judgment here whatsoever. Every
Yeah.
town does this a little bit differently, or sometimes there is a very good reason as to why it is structured the way it is. And maybe folks who were involved with earlier drafting, maybe they didn't like charts, or maybe it was just something simple that every time we just added something, it was just another section. And next thing you know, you could get lost in section 3 alone. When all you wanna do is say, my property is in this district, is this allowed? Let's just go to a chart, I can see, here's the use, here's my zoning table, it's a yes, it's a no, it's a special permit, voila, answered. Lack of dimensional controls, the dimensional table, same thing. What does my setback have to be if I wanna put a shed in my backyard? Well, rather than having to go through several pages of the bylaw to see if there is a slight exemption, depending upon what zoning district you're in, the table should make it much more user-friendly. Or something that also jumped out at me is what I call the stacking of uses. We start off with like residential A, and then we go to residential B, and we say everything that that is allowed in residential A is allowed in residential B, plus this, or accept that. And then we go to residential C. Everything allowed in A and B except that, and it keeps going and going. The problem is sometimes at town meetings, someone will make a revision to some sort of use in residence A, for example. We no longer want to allow this in residence A. Well, do you realize that by doing that, you have effectively taken it out of all of your zoning districts? And human nature being what it is, we don't always catch every place when we make a zoning change. We don't always pick up on all of the other sections that might be impacted by it. So, those are a couple of things that I would absolutely recommend, unless you told me we do not do charts. This is a no chart town. Those would be two areas of recommendations right there. But there's also, like I said, discussions with people that you might identify as stakeholders. And I'll use, for example, when we were talking about the sign bylaw, we got sort of a business perspective, where there was always a concern about, are we being too restrictive with businesses, but at the same time, we don't want to just say, you can do anything you want. Where is that balance to be reached? So you might suggest, for example, that there might be some groups, whether they're neighborhood associations or different groups, that let's have a sort of listening session with them about, from their perspective of the folks that are applying for permits or wishing they could do this with their property, what are their frustrations? And, is there some common ground, that sort of thing. But you would then get, a fairly significant document at the end of that, going through it, like I said, section by section, and identifying suggested changes. And
Carolyn,
you-
can I ask a
sure.
question right there? What's your sense of time frame for that?
Well, I put down an estimate of 40 hours for the diagnostic. And I will say, I've done this in a number of other communities, so I didn't just pick these hours out of the air. I actually went back through some other communities to see how much time did this particular, phase take with them. And there's always an outlier. There's always the thing that is difficult to predict is, I just said, maybe there might be some stakeholders that you suggest that we reach out to or get some feedback from. If you only identify, say, 4 groups of stakeholders, that's a nice tight group. If I get emails once a week saying, oh, you should reach out to the former planning director, or you should reach out to this person, you should reach out to that person. If I'm suddenly meeting with, a dozen people and trying to get that input, it starts to obviously, the time spent starts to go up. Or things like certainly looking at like your master plan, for example. Or perhaps even looking at your housing production plan might be helpful, depending upon what zoning bylaws we're looking at.
The question on that 40,
Sure.
the audit was 20 and then the diagnostic was 40. Do you see the benefit or need to do both of them? So we're looking at 60 hours total?
I don't necessarily, like I said, I think in some ways they could be compressed, especially given what general code has already identified. No need to cover the same path, quite frankly. So I could incorporate that into the report, and certainly add to it.
I like the consultation in that audits segment though.
I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
identify what
Yeah.
Carolyn thinks is the best path, and
I
then
think that's the most critical item, is the consultation.
yeah, I mean, I have some ideas
With the
about
stakeholders.
who, would be beneficial to talk to, but when you're ready for that. But I was just trying to then to get this 40 to 60 hours, but it's across how much time? Because obviously you're not spending every moment of your day, 8
Right.
hours a day, 5 days a week on this, right? So
Right.
is it 2 months? I want to get a realistic projection of how long each of these phases is going to be.
Again, it depends on how many groups or documents,
Mhm.
request. The zoning, diagnostic report typically is gonna be about a 20 to 30 page document. Could that be done, in a couple of weeks? Yes. Could that be done, though, also reaching out to stakeholders and finding out what are the little nits in the bylaw that just don't seem to work for folks? I'd say that brings it out probably more to something like 6 weeks, just depending. And then, this is also the time of year. It's summertime. I don't have any, sadly, I don't have any extensive vacation plans. But if we're trying to track down, we'll meet with the select board, meet with the zoning board, meet with the planning board, as you just saw from the housing production plan discussion, in the summertime, that can be tough to get audiences with some of those groups. So, another way.
I think we could pretty readily get some names that would be, we have 2 attorneys who basically represent almost every applicant that comes before us for the most part. We have, previous building commissioners maybe who we could reach out to.
Certainly the ZBA.
And the ZBA, yeah. So
And
there's
yeah, I actually had a phone call from
maybe some.
two-time planning director, Bill Clark, recently. But, he actually knows a lot about how this bylaw too. I don't know if you'd be interested in chatting, but I just wanted to get a sense. So 6 weeks, and I don't think it has, to your point, Meredith, I don't think it has to be, a super wide group, because it is a limited group.
It is a limited, yeah.
Thus far, I mean, now that we're bringing
With deep
ADUs
knowledge,
in-
with really deep,
yeah.
the deep knowledge, because
Would we wanna bring in the business community to have a kind of listening session that Carolyn mentioned, or is that expanding it too much?
Well, I think the business community, it's interesting for the special permits and the pre-existing non-conforming aspect of the bylaw. And because
Not
They have
necessarily
to
how
go-
the zoning process works, that would be the building commissioner
I
or
mean,
something. Okay.
it is interesting too, because what would happen in prior building commissioners would be very clear. So when the Milton Marketplace came to us, they had a lot of confusion. And a prior building official, we were told, they were told, would just really outline exactly what the process needed to be. You need to go to the ZBA for this, you need to go to the planning board for that. But it takes a building commissioner a long time to sort through and understand our bylaw. And that building commissioner had been here for over a decade, probably, even for at least 10 to 15 years, and had kind of figured it out. So I think Liz and Michael White are finding this difficult to work with, which is why we want to do this, obviously. And it would make it easier for the business community if it was clear when the application went in. This is one of the reasons why I want to talk about the pre-existing non-conforming, because it's been a real challenge for some of those applicants that come into us. And so learning, even like Milton Marketplace had an attorney who's been working with them for the family for 30 years or something, and it was still confusing. So that's a place that the
Maybe they
bylaw
could
needs
come
to be
back.
improved, for sure.
But at 6 weeks, it doesn't seem like that's achievable for fall town meeting though, which is what we were kind of
No,
hoping for.
Well, and I should also clarify, so the diagnostic report is really sort of like your roadmap for where to take the zoning bylaw going forward. It doesn't result in any zoning amendments. It just kind of flags, like something else that jumped out at me is, I don't know that your solar complies with recent case law. So things that we have to sort of investigate a little bit more. But what typically happens is, I prepare the zoning diagnostic, that becomes, like I said, your tool. It's entirely up to this board to decide, how do you want to approach town meeting? Most communities don't want to do a repeal and replace. where it is entirely just rip up chapter 275, replace it with the following. That would not be my recommendation either, because I think you meet the most resistance at town meeting because you're suddenly presenting folks with, let's just say, 125-page document. Makes the select board really happy when they get something like that for the warrant too. And folks start to say, well, what happened to this? Or why can't I find this in the bylaw anymore? Even though all you might have done is just rearrange some of the existing sections so that it makes sense.
Mhm.
Like for example, your definitions should be one of your very first sections of the zoning bylaw. Whether you want to start with administration first and enforcement and lay it all out there as to how this works, but your definition shouldn't be buried in, I think, like section 9 or 10 or something like that. And I'm sure what happened was originally your last section, so kind of like the glossary of your document at the time, and you'd go to the end to see what the defined terms meant. But then over the years, you've added more and more subsequent chapters, so it's lost in the middle.
So the other thing is there will be definitions buried within certain sections.
Then there are definitions
For the
embedded,
purposes of this
yes.
section, this
Mhm.
means this.
Right, right.
And it is a nightmare.
And when you're talking about, say, your wind bylaw, where else does flicker appear? Usually no place else other than your wind bylaw. So maybe it makes sense to keep flicker with your wind bylaw. And maybe there's certain, terms related to medical marijuana that are only really gonna make sense in your medical marijuana chapter. Fine. But lot, frontage, access, all of these other terms really should just be, general application should be in your definition section and should be closer to the beginning of your bylaw. But again, that creates a very redlined document that sometimes people find hard to follow, or they feel like something has been misplaced, or they're concerned that some right that they used to have somehow is now being taken away or regulated differently. So I don't recommend repeal and replace unless you really felt you had the real support of and backing of town meeting to do it. The flip side is what usually winds up happening is the planning board will identify a certain number of sections of the zoning bylaw to present to town meeting at a time. And whether this happens over the course of 2 town meetings, maybe 3, depends on maybe what else you've got on the warrant that given year. But what I usually recommend to a planning board is start off with some of the, say, lower lying fruit, the easier things that is gonna be to sort of get past a town meeting. And set the table to let town meeting know, we're engaged in this comprehensive zoning bylaw rewrite process. We're gonna be back before you for multiple town meetings until this is done, and we're gonna try to do this in a real concerted effort. Taking sections that maybe are higher priorities, or sections that make sense to group together. And eventually we get there.
One thing I would say is, it seems like it's just going to extend how difficult it is to work with the zoning for even longer across more town meetings, because now you're gonna have some sections that make sense and some that don't. And the cross-referencing, I think once you get done with that diagnostic is when we should make the decision. Because in my experience now, it is not clean, except for the things that have been added, like you can do a memory care facility, which is kind of standalone. But everything else that's in that body, like parking is referenced in a number of places, right? It's just like, how do you fix parking when it's referenced in so many different sections that you're not touching?
Right.
That's the part to me that I think once we see the diagnostic, we'll have a better idea.
And that's why we have Carolyn.
Right.
So, yeah, and back to, I think, because your question is really like, what are we looking at time frame? We sort of all agreed that it's not realistic to do a fall town meeting at all. I mean, there's, it's just, we won't even have the diagnostic probably completed. Maybe, I mean, but the deadline that we would need, which is July 7th.
Oh,
for
no,
our articles,
yeah.
So
right,
that's-
that's,
And that would be
that's
for-
not
that's
going.
a-
that's not gonna happen,
That's not
so
gonna
I'm not,
happen.
yeah, so
Yeah.
because we have to submit it so far in advance.
So then the question becomes, is it suitable for an annual town meeting when we have the budgets already? Is it something where it can be coupled with a special town meeting if there's another special town meeting that becomes necessary? Or is it something, if we did the whole thing over, could it be its own special town meeting so that we could adequately cover it? You know, for me, right now, with my experience, I would say a special town meeting, do the whole thing, get it done.
Has there ever been a special town meeting just for planning board zoning?
Well, the fall town meeting was designed to be
Oh.
for zoning. I was on the warrant committee with Kevin, he might remember this, when you and Innes said we should have a fall town meeting just to address zoning articles,
Hmm.
because this annual town meeting
It's not-
should be dedicated to the budget.
Hmm.
And it's too much, well, you can see some of the recent town meetings, like the number of articles and the number of days, this really gets stretched out. So,
I would say that worked well.
We try to stick to it, but
But the answer is yes, we have had a special town meeting to fix the zoning.
yeah, yeah.
But I think that has to be a conversation with the select board too, and see what you can align with.
I'm not thinking like we're talking about wholesale changes to kind of
Throw out the whole.
what uses are allowed, what the dimensional standards are. I'm thinking about the organization, how it is used, and fixing things that where state laws changed. That to me is baseline. Changing things like, do we want to look at FAR or dimensional standards for in some districts? That to me is a separate thing, because this is more about making it user friendly, consistent with state law, and fixing inconsistencies.
So I think that, I think what you're proposing is great.
And I just wanna be clear too, that I know we were kind of conflating discussions about the zoning diagnostic report and town meeting. What I produce for you is literally a report on what I suggest changing. From there, this board would decide what do we wanna do with that in terms of how do we now change that into actual zoning amendments? And how do we wanna present that to town meeting? And if you ultimately decide you wanna do a repeal and replace, then I think we're looking at a later town meeting to be able to get all of that, get through all of those changes. If you're doing it more piecemeal, then we've gotta be more thoughtful about what pieces you change first, because you're right, Cheryl, to your point. Now you change these 3 sections, but we've left these other 10 sections out there, and does it all make sense? To me, these things start to take some focus after you see the zoning report, and you can start to see how you can group them a little differently, so. And I'm not one of these people, I just worked in another community where I really felt like some of the zoning changes were change for the sake of change. One of the comments was, we have too many chapters, so we're gonna consolidate chapters. What difference does it make how many chapters you have? Why are we now consolidating these things just because you think there should only be 10 chapters to the zoning bylaw? It shouldn't just be change for the sake of change, but something that actually makes some sense for everybody. And the eye is always towards who are the users, and if you're picking this up or logging in, how much sense does it make to do that? So that's kind of the overview
Would you
in a nutshell.
recommend an index?
Like a table of contents
The
or
table of contents? Cause I think of Alex Whiteside, that was one of the things that he had wanted to put in, more of a table of contents, but again, it might have been old school, and just thinking about it a different way, but that was something that I recall him. Unfortunately, we don't have Alex to weigh in at this point, but
One of the other things that I think is valuable in other zoning bylaws, and as a day job as an architect, having to design buildings that meet zoning requirements in other communities, Diagrams can be helpful
Yes.
to explain setbacks and height definitions and so forth. So that's another thing, just to make it a little bit more user friendly. Some years ago, we made a zoning revision on the pre-existing non-conforming homes and what would require special permit versus a variance. And I did some diagrams myself for town meeting to explain what the change, how it worked now and what the change was. And there was a lot of positive feedback about how the diagrams help people understand what it was. So I think, and I don't know how that fits in, it certainly wouldn't be something that you do in the diagnostic.
Right.
But, it is something maybe you could identify in the diagnostic. This is a place where diagrams could be helpful
Sure.
in addition to tables or charts or what have you. I think with the parking requirements, the same thing, when you want
Like
to
I
show
said,
some
angled
dimensional
parking,
standard.
is it
Yeah.
perpendicular parking, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier to see something, I think, when it's dimensioned out in a drawing versus you got to have this drive aisle with 24 feet and this with 20 and this with 9 and people get lost, like
Right.
they don't know the terms, but if they can look at it and they say, oh yeah, that's where I drive, that's how I get into park. But on the dimensional standards, I think those are even more obtuse to some people, like what the setbacks are, how do you measure height to the peak, is it to the midpoint of a slope, is it up, where is it on the
And
flat
where do you
roof?
measure from on the ground if it's a
Yeah.
slope?
Yeah.
The
slope,
average,
Yeah, the average.
yeah.
And how many points do we measure from to
Right.
get to that average? Right.
And is it before you
Before you
build
stick a
and-
shovel
or
in the ground or
build
afterwards?
and
Yep.
all of this stuff, which is, in ours it's before, which doesn't make as much sense,
Right.
depending. But anyway, that's sort of change stuff, what makes sense or not. But just the explanation of it all, I think, is the first step, just to make it more user friendly.
And I know we'll have time to get to that point once you see the diagnostic, but I would agree, I think that, to me, I'd like to rip the Band-Aid off and do it all at once,
Okay.
but maybe I'm in the minority.
Go big or go home.
I think if we start with this point, if we start here, then we'll get, clear, it'll become more
Yeah.
clear.
If you wanna do a full repeal and replace, that's fine with me. In some ways, it is easier to
Yeah.
do that. I had one community that I think we're on phase 4 of going into their 4th town meeting because they just have a rule, they can't have more than 5 zoning bylaws per town meeting. Well, that really limits me to how quickly we can get through all of this, but they're still chugging away, so. I think that's a decision that we can make when the time comes.
Yeah.
I will say that repeal and replace method does make it easier to identify all of the inconsistencies or, the unintended consequences can be caught earlier in the process, so I'm not opposed to it, but I think that it's really, your town meeting better than most. I joke with the planning director in Eastham because up until this past town meeting, they could present as many zoning bylaws as they wanted to town meeting and they would just pass under a consent calendar. I'm like,
Wow.
what world am I in that it happens like this versus most communities, it is scrutinized and what is changing and I don't understand, where did this go? This used to be on page 25 and it's just gone. No, it's not gone. It's just been moved here or we've changed the name.
And we do have a lot of that.
You do, because, these are people, this is what can I do with my property? It is near and dear to folks and nobody wants to hear, and nor should they take our words for it to say, trust us, we didn't really change anything, we just moved things around. So when the whole thing is being done, I think sometimes it's harder for people to digest. But maybe one strategy, if you decide to go in that direction, is in addition to what would be the planning board's public hearing on the zoning changes, maybe you have before the public hearing, maybe you have just some community outreach meeting, where we do an unveiling, if you will. We're not looking to, take public comment necessarily to make changes for the zoning bylaw yet, that will come. But just to sort of get people used to, here's your new document, and here's a red line version of it, so that you can see the before and after. And in that case, I don't know if this is what you're thinking, Madam Chair, as far as an index, but usually with a full repeal and replace, we would prepare something that would say, chapter 1 used to be administration, chapter 1 is still administration, but chapter 2 is now this. Chapter 2 has now been moved to chapter 8, and so the folks can cross-reference it and maybe get a little more comfortable with the idea that you haven't tossed it all out, you just moved it a little bit.
Well, that's when we did the codification to go electronic. It was a whole new numbering system.
Yes.
And that's what did the cross-referencing, like this used to be this, this used to be there. And I think it worked pretty well. I think it's as far as town meeting, understanding what we were trying to do. I think one of the things that would be very compelling to town meeting is to know that this will make it easier for our building department and our planning department to do their jobs and to do them well. And it'll be easier for residents to navigate the process. Because right now, they have to hire a team of people to help them navigate the process. Sometimes it might just only need to be the designer who's designing it for them. But now it might need to be an attorney because it's like confusing, et cetera. So that benefit, like for the average homeowner, to have it be cleaner, easier to use, as you said, to look at it themselves. But even if they hire an architect to design it for them, the architect's job is easier too because it's easier for them to use. Then it
Which
gets
saves them,
submitted.
yeah.
It gets submitted and it's consistent with the zoning or not, it's clear what the variances might need to be. It's very clear in the building department what needs to happen. The letter can go out pretty quickly, or it can go to planning if it needs to. It just will make it the town more efficient in a place where actually you're getting new revenue, right? Because you're getting the permit fees and then you're getting the new tax revenue from the improvements to the property. So for many reasons, I think it could be viewed as being a very positive thing to do.
And when was, I know your bylaw dates back to 1938, when was the last real substantive change to the zoning bylaw?
And BTA communities and East
Well,
Milton
but I mean,
over
besides just sort of like the one-offs like that, I mean, the last time somebody really said, let's just start fresh.
I think they're all one-offs.
They're all
there. I
one-offs.
don't think it's
You
ever
do
been
see a
fresh.
certain pattern to that, yes.
Yeah, I really don't think that there's.
We did have 2 people working on our general it was an overall looking at the town bylaws. And I know this was being looked at, but it was like handwritten notes on it. It was not, and it never.
It was people who were working with General Code. General Code, I think, is what the consultant was. Because they sent a lot of questions, and somebody needed to answer the questions.
Yes.
Right. And I remember seeing that list of questions.
And maybe half
This is
of them
okay.
got answered.
Yeah, and others needed more process around getting the answers. Yeah, there was, when that process started, there was a person on the planning board, Alex, that you mentioned, who then was off the board, but he stayed on the bylaw review committee, as we spoke about, that addressed general bylaws, town bylaws, as well as zoning bylaws. But the zoning bylaws were just him and the town planner at the time. I think, there was, I think their audit, as you said, is a good starting point. But I'd also like to love to see what your recommendations are from your experience with other communities. And I love the idea, of course, of the tables and the charts and the graphics as a user of zoning bylaws. So we did, though, in April, approve going forward, right?
Yes.
Okay,
You were not at that meeting,
Right.
but we approved the first 3 phases, funding the first.
So do we have a contract in place now? And
Yes.
so, all right, great. So when do you
This
think
was-
we can actually?
Yeah, that was sort of,
Oh, good, okay.
that was the sort of phase 1, 2, 3 that we thought we'll start, but we wanna commit to doing this, so
Okay.
just fully.
Yeah, not knowing, as you
Simple.
explained here tonight, with having the diagnostic, which will help us kind of have a roadmap. I think we kind of split the difference between the, some of the ranges that you had provided in your scope. And with the intent of adding additional if we need to, because the roadmap takes us to 2 or 3 town meetings.
Yeah, so that's what this was, 2 different
Well,
fiscal years too, right?
And needing to get and needing to meet the encumbering timeframe for the fiscal 26 funds. So those were encumbered, and then the funding that was approved at town meeting are also rolled into that same contract. So we're in good shape to move forward as far as contracting goes.
So then that gets me to your availability. When you think you'd be able to,
Well, we might have to also, I suspect there are, based on the comment, there might be some reprioritizing, because you've got a July, did you say July 7th or July 9th
I thought it was
warrant deadline?
I'm hearing like first week of July, right? For getting
And we have a meeting on the
getting
9th,
articles.
so I'm thinking if we can get, if we basically have 3 meetings, including tonight, to have something that voted on by July 9th.
you don't have the short-term rental on the
Short-term
agenda?
rental, so I forwarded
It's a
to,
separate.
yeah, I had forwarded to Carolyn the 15% affordable on MBTA communities. The question, the pressing question on the exterior staircases for the ADUs, in response to the building commissioner's need for clarification, and then the short-term rentals. So pre-existing non-conforming business, in my sense, is that is probably something that is more of would come after the diagnostic. I'll just suggest that. I don't know. So those were the 3 items that, in a perfect world, we could advance those 3 items for fall town meeting if there's consensus.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
So the 15% on the MBTA, which is really housekeeping. And the update on that is we're still waiting on,
The OHLC?
yes, the approval on that. So Nick's been, Nick Milano has been,
So that doesn't really require too much time though.
No.
no,
So
that's easy,
an
that
easy
should be
one.
That's-
easy. And the exterior staircase language is also easy,
Can I
but
just-
that's the easiest part of it, is that.
Yep.
We haven't discussed that yet, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And also on ADU, you've identified, I think, a flaw in the bylaw that says something about scheduling meeting with the planning board no less than 30 days. So you have
Yeah,
to wait 30 days?
I don't think that's a flaw, unless
Okay.
you guys think it's a flaw. I honestly, I think 30 days is reasonable to be able to get the documentation together and get a staff memo together and get it on the planning board's agenda. I think that's honestly, I think it's probably reasonable, especially times of the year when, if you're not meeting twice a month and what have you.
And then the third one was the short-term rental?
Short-term
Yes.
rental, yes. Carolyn's been provided all the
Okay.
documentation that you guys have been
Alright.
creating.
So that was in the zoning recodification fall town meeting.
It's under that agenda item?
It's in that, the PDF that is in the folder.
Yeah, I just didn't see on the agenda itself,
Right,
so
yep.
we were able to discuss it under that agenda item, under the.
Yeah, the information, I rolled that together
Yeah.
into the discussion on the recodification
okay.
without getting into, the specifics on
Okay.
those items. I think it's okay,
Okay,
especially since all of the documentation's been available to the public for several days now.
okay. On the codification, just for a moment, and the pre-existing, since that's not likely to be this, well, it's not gonna be this fall. I do think, if we could think about that in conjunction, like really when you do your diagnostic and we think about what zoning might come out of that, I talked about like the things that I thought we could focus on and not really changes, but maybe that is one that would be like the first change one that we do. I know Maggie, it's something you've been interested in, and my experience with some of the applications and the business community, it just seems like a priority one.
The non-conforming?
So, yeah, they're just, it's practically every business.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly, and the mapping that you were starting, I know, to look at, but anyway, so that's part of what I suppose we could talk about here, but since we want to focus more on the fall, is what you're saying, I think, in terms of your time. Carolyn, right?
Right,
Yeah.
my understanding, so as Liz was just saying there, the 15% for MBTA or that eliminating the exterior stairs for ADUs, I could have those drafted pretty quickly,
Yeah,
even if we're just holding the MBTA one until we hear from EOHLC, those I do agree would be pretty easy fixes for drafting zoning article. Short-term rentals, we clearly have to have some substantive discussion about that one. But if that is a fall town meeting priority and we've got to get a bylaw in some kind of form by, July 9th, I'd say let's focus on that
Yeah,
next,
okay.
and then we can worry about the diagnostic
Okay.
after that's done, and then I guess we can talk about where pre-existing non-conforming changes for pre-existing non-conforming businesses that should that be something we look at sooner? And this isn't to say I can't be working sort of on the diagnostic like in the background, it just wouldn't necessarily be meeting with boards and building commissioners and Liz, et cetera, while necessarily working on some of these other things that have a specific deadline to them. But I'll take my cues from you folks as to how you want to prioritize these items.
So under the short-term rentals, it was great, Avanti pulled together, sort of a list of communities, and I think Hal contributed, doing some research to a list of communities. What I felt in looking at those, I was able to really narrow down were the communities that were not resort vacation, Cape Cod towns, which obviously have very different needs to meet in their communities versus a more of a narrow scope of communities that are more similar to Milton. In my reading of them, I narrowed it down to, I felt like we could really use Newton as a framework. I felt like Newton's framework was it was detailed, not overly detailed, but really talks about violations and penalties and addresses the person who spoke earlier, really what happens, if this becomes problematic. If there's 3 noise violations within 12 years, you lose that privilege to be that short-term rental. Certain fines that could be incorporated. Also sort of the registering. It was very detailed, and I liked how they listed the registration. I don't know if folks want to go through that, but I also really liked Lexington. And there were things in Lexington, because there is a lot of overlap too in some of the very similar things, carrying insurance, how to register with state, so forth. Whether you go to a building, the building commissioner, who's who is the inspectional services, and there were things in Lexington that I really liked that, but I thought Newton really seemed to be, a framework that we could work from. And then there would be questions of both Newton and Lexington require either that it's owner occupied or adjacent occupied.
Right.
And I think I liked both. I'm open to hear what the board thinks on both of those. Newton was owner occupied only. It wasn't adjacent, which I thought was interesting. But that would be something, obviously we would want to discuss, bigger picture things like that as a board. And the other piece is your advice is in what Hal had pulled together. It sounds like most communities, ADUs, they're not allowed because that seems to be something that
And affordable units.
and affordable
Right,
units,
right.
so
Yep.
all of that was in Newton's and some in Lexington, so I don't know if we would wanna do a quick run through with Carolyn here. I don't know how much time you have, Carolyn.
You're
If we
all
were to
I've
pull it
got
off.
this evening.
And I would love to hear other people might have liked Great Barringtons or, you know, some others. And there's things that I would love to see us, because for the efficiency of time, starting with one, maybe that we're looking at, and then we customize it to make it our own, is sort of, and again, I think there's a lot of overlap.
One thought, if, you know, so that we're, you know, not here till the wee hours.
Yeah.
If there were a few that you liked, like you just identified, Madam Chair, and if the others said, well, I also like this, I like that. To your point, there's a lot of commonality across these.
Right.
So if you, you know, if other members say, you know, I liked this version, I liked how this one was structured or whatever, I can easily pull those and I can put together like a draft for you. And to sort of start saying, okay,
That way.
would you like this? Do you not
Yeah.
like that? You know, keep this, get rid of that.
And we can always have more in it and then
Mhm.
pare it down. and-
Exactly.
And take it back.
Well, I think, you know, we could use Newton's as a starting point and go through it tonight so that we can start some progress. One of the things is I didn't see a purpose, so it seems to me like that might be added, because it starts with definitions. But a
Mhm.
lot of them have purpose and
Mhm.
intent, like,
Yeah.
I just wrote down like
Yes.
each section on like these, like here, like what sections they have. Some of them put a lot of sections, others put some of those things into a section, right? But they all seem to, most of them anyway, seem to have a purpose section, so I think that seems like a good idea.
Yep.
Then I think that if I'm looking at definitely need a definition section,
Mhm.
right?
Wait,
And-
when I go back to purpose, it goes back to my question, for the citizen and citizen speak. Was it got me thinking, under the purpose in the hunt, it says, it's intended to make the operation of short-term rentals legal for its residents. So the question I have, and I talked to Nick about this, is that where do the residents stand? Do they want us to make it legal or don't they? And he didn't really have an opinion, and I don't have an opinion at this point in time because I never really thought of it. I like the idea of making it legal because, you know, we can charge impact fees, and that's why I kind of call them.
And I think we
because-
can control, it gives us something
Yeah.
to stand on when there are violations, and if we know what's happening now, and if
You can
these
limit the
neighbors-
number of occupants, you can't have a
Right.
20-person party.
So that's
You can't
right,
have
so
a
I'm
party
not
at
saying,
all.
I just don't know if the residents of the town, do the majority want us to be,
So I
want
think
it, or don't they want?
to the point of the speaker from the last meeting is they're going to be here,
Yeah.
and they have been here even when they're not allowed. So the question is, if you regulate them, at least you have rules that you
Right.
can
And
fine them, you can shut them down. But
and if they
now-
don't follow the regulations, they are not allowed.
Yeah.
So it strictly says that they are not allowed less than 30 days if they are not in compliance with whatever bylaw or article regulations that we set.
So like, I ran, I'm
Yeah,
just
Chat-
experimenting with
ChatGPT, I know.
I mistyped it.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting because I know there's so many of them, I'm like, okay, other than doing this and writing down the sections, is there some way to do a quick comparison? But the purpose things that it spit out, I thought were actually pretty good.
Mhm.
Just ensuring compliance with state and local laws, right? And establishing clear operational standards and enforcement procedures. Right, and
Yeah.
discouraging the conversion of residential housing into commercial lodging operations. Those are all
Yeah.
things I thought allowing residents to generate supplemental income from residential property is why people are doing it, right? But also preserving neighborhood character and quality of life is what other people are concerned about who have them nearby. And then protect public health, safety, and welfare. All of those seem to me appropriate in terms of purpose. Since we don't have Newton to, you know, sort of compare that to for now, I mean, I would suggest just starting with that.
Lexington
and-
has one, but it's very short. I like
Okay.
what, actually, a lot of what you gathered. that we did.
Yeah.
So you're saying you think that the general population of Milton, because I haven't asked people this, so I'm just asking, do they want to have short-term rentals? I understand
Mhm.
enforcement is a
Yeah,
different
right,
issue.
I understand,
It's a
yeah,
different issue.
yeah.
But like what he said earlier was, he said, I'm in a residential neighborhood. I'm
I'm-
not sure if he wants it in his residential neighborhood.
But we don't have any way to keep it out.
You do if you can find them.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but
but I think
again, I
it's
don't
gonna
have an
happen,
opinion.
I think, I don't know, I'm not sure who said it, I think it's
Yeah.
gonna happen one way or the other.
Yeah.
At least this way we can have some control over it and say, we can limit it, and if you don't limit it, you have penalties and you have fees, and right? I
Controlling it with owner occupancy.
I mean, I think that I'm projecting here, but I assume that all of us have used short-term rentals like Airbnb or VRBO, right? Like, I think there are places and times to use that, and I'm just thinking about when, when I've used it, when I was in my family, I stayed in an Airbnb because the hotels don't really necessarily work out. We don't have any hotels in Milton. I think there are times and places we could use this, but as long as we're regulating it, I think that's a positive step. But I definitely hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I do too, yeah.
I mean,
'cause
I don't know how we gauge.
I think by bringing
But-
it forward.
Can
Yeah.
I, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, can we hear a little bit more about the legality around prohibition?
So one of my first questions to this board was going to be, and Maggie kind of beat me to it, of do you want to allow or do you want to prohibit?
Can we do that?
You can prohibit through the zoning bylaw, you can. I think the question that really is kind of like eking into it is, you technically don't allow it now,
And it's here.
Right.
but it's here. And it has been in, so many communities.
But
It's
if
just
we
gotten a
were
little
to
more,
prohibit, yeah.
publicity in recent years. So that is sort of an initial question of, do we want to allow or don't we want to allow? And if the answer is we want to prohibit it, yes, you can through zoning prohibit them. Be prepared for the enforcement of that. When every neighbor starts to call and say, my next door neighbor's away, there's cars in the the garage, the driveway that I don't recognize, and there's people in the backyard having a party, at what point, is, I'm thinking of the building commissioners, your zoning enforcement officer,
Yeah.
going to get those calls and going to ring some doorbells and say, so excuse me, do you live here, or are you just renting? And if they've been told, like I am drawing from my own experience once where I rented an Airbnb or VRBO, whatever it was, and we showed up to get the keys from the person, and he said, and if anybody asks, just say we went to college together and I graduated, this year, blah, blah, blah. We're like, well, why would I need to know that about you? And then as you're using the
Yeah.
pool and people start to say, so you're friends with Bob? Yes, we're friends with Bob. So that
Right.
does
Right.
happen. So think of a building inspector being put in that position.
Well, think about it, like, you have family come visit, or they're staying in your house while you're away for a month or two. Or you have a dog watcher coming over to
Yes,
visit,
yep.
and they have a friend over, or two friends over, and people don't recognize the car. When you have a registration process, you know where they are. And so to your point, like, are we gonna be like having surveillance on everybody's home, trying to figure out if the owners are the ones who are there? I mean,
I'd prefer not to do that.
I prefer not to do
Yeah.
that too,
Yeah.
because I think about, like, I have young adult children, and sometimes I'm not here and they are, and they may have a few friends over, and are all of a sudden, okay, they're not technically the owners of the home. It's just like, you could see where it could be a real kind of a nuisance.
Are there many communities that do prohibit currently?
I think more have tended towards trying to regulate.
I came across a couple, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I should have written them down, I didn't, but I came across a couple, but the vast majority are regulating. Yeah.
I think folks may, perhaps for two reasons. One, they see it as an enforcement nightmare, just as we were discussing. I also think communities like the idea that, well, if people are going to do this in our neighborhoods, we might as well get some of the excise tax out of it. at least get a financial benefit for the town. But yes, some communities have prohibited. Most are going in the direction of let's regulate it somehow, keep it safe.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, so that's what prompted my question to Nick, because I was reading about the excise tax. And it said, like in state law, that you had to adopt it, so.
Yes.
So my question to him was, is that excise tax different than, our excise tax is on our vehicles?
Yes.
And
yes.
so that's what he said. He said, yes, you have to adopt it, so.
Yes.
So I agree that you can, charge up to like 6% or something. So there is room for getting some impact fees for
Right.
it, so that's kind of what I like about it.
What I found interesting was that no communities charge that. And I couldn't
And
figure out why.
I was,
No,
I saw
I
that too, I was
did.
like,
I
oh my
know.
God.
No, somebody
I think
did.
part of the reason is, I think what we've seen go on with recreational marijuana has really kind of made some communities shy away from community impact fees.
Mm.
Because, at least from my perspective, when recreational marijuana came in, oh my God, we're all gonna make so much money, there's gonna be so much money flowing into every community. You're never gonna have to worry about Proposition 2.5 ever again. And now that so many businesses are open, then changes come around at the Cannabis Control Commission where, okay, community, we wanna see your host community agreements, we wanna see where that money is actually going. Oh, you made that particular licensee give $20,000 a year to Little League sports or high school sports programs. How is that in any way related to recreational marijuana? So they started auditing communities and wanting to know, how did you spend the money that you got from these marijuana establishments? I can't tell you how many clients called and said, I don't know how to tell you this. If we had police details, we could certainly quantify that. But after a while, if the initial rush of the business died down and we didn't need police details anymore, how do we know what the impact was? So I think that's kind of had an effect on short-term rentals. That the excise tax is it's transactional and it's at the time of, the turnover of the property. And
But those are two separate things, right?
Yes,
The
yep.
impact fees and the excise.
Yes.
So you can charge the excise.
it's just an easier, cleaner collection
Right.
and and it's unrestricted funds.
Right.
We don't have to say that we're using it to, for example, if you were interested in a community impact fee, I would suggest trying to set it up in a way that the money that comes in from that source of revenue be used in ways perhaps to support affordable and workforce housing. Because to your earlier comment,
I like that.
I thought that was in one of the state laws. I thought I read that.
I like that a lot, yeah.
That it had to be for that?
Go to the Affordable
Yeah.
Housing Trust.
or go to the trust, that it be used so that there's a direct relationship between what is the impact of short-term rentals? Well, it's taking a residential property, it's basically turning it into a money-making commercial
Right.
scheme, taking housing away from others, so it's gonna be churned back into how do we create more affordable housing? So, I don't wanna say no to an impact fee, but think about how it has to be sort of narrow. But one thing I did wanna just step back for a moment is, and I recognize I'm meeting with the planning board, so we put our zoning hats on. A lot of communities are actually regulating at short-term rentals through general bylaws. Because they've set them up as a certification process through the Board of Health. So there is that registration, there is the inspection requirement. You still have restrictions as to how many short-term rentals can a single entity run in one community. The idea being, we don't want a lot of corporate ownership, right, coming in. So that is one thing to think about. As
I think-
opposed to doing it through zoning. I mean, zoning, we do have to say, if we are going to allow short-term rentals, in what zoning districts are we going to allow them? Or are we going to allow them in any residential neighborhood as long as it's owner occupied or owner adjacent? Maybe that's what you decide to do. One other aspect that sort of comes into play is sometimes communities will opt for a general bylaw because unlike zoning, there's no protection afforded to what some might argue to be a pre-existing non-conforming use when you adopt a general bylaw. Versus, we all know from zoning, if we now make them legal and regulate them, well, ones that have been in existence and that we're aware of might come out of the woodwork and argue that I don't know how they argued they were lawfully pre-existing, but they might try to make that argument that somehow or other this was a customary accessory use of their residential property, for example.
And there's no way to explicitly not allow for those to be grandfathered in?
Through a general bylaw, you can absolutely
Okay.
do that because there is no grandfathering whatsoever.
So the only thing I would say is the enforcement is still through the building commissioner. And so who would be writing the bylaws and
Well, is the
reviewing the
light,
bylaws of the Board of
was the
Health
light
and the
trespass, was the
board.
light trespass a general bylaw?
Yeah.
So it would be, it
Select
would be a
board.
similar model, right, where it's not a zoning bylaw. I actually was kind of wondering if this could be done as a general bylaw.
I think Tim had mentioned that if we wanted to do it, it should be done maybe as a general bylaw.
Tim Zawinski.
I
Well, I like the grandfathering piece. That's a
Because
nice,
it's
that's a
something we
nice
can draw.
benefit. If it keeps that really clean and tidy, that's a nice benefit. It takes a whole thing right off the table for enforcement purposes, potentially.
And like I said, if you were going to tell me that, well, the reason you wanna do this through zoning is because you only wanna allow short-term rentals in specific zoning districts, that might be, the driving rationale behind do this as zoning. But if we're going to allow the use anywhere in town, but now regulate it, subject it to registration, inspections by the Board of Health and the building department, and then it makes more sense to be a general bylaw.
So Newton's is a general bylaw?
I'm not sure. I
It
don't have
says it's
theirs
a
open.
miscellaneous ordinance.
Okay.
Well, the reason I bring it up is, I mean, could the planning board prepare an article for it, a general bylaw? I mean, prepare it as if it's going to be passed over to the select board,
Lexington's is zoning bylaw.
Lexington.
And they may have different zoning districts where it's allowed and not allowed. That might be why they do it that way. That's something to think about. If you wanna be sort of like more all-encompassing across town with a regulated process. One thing that the building commissioner pointed out to me today was that he noted there's a new requirement for sprinklering. So this is gonna be anything over what, 5? I think from the what little conversation we had, it sounded like it could affect, a good number of properties.
For what, single families?
He just quickly mentioned it, so it's just, something that needs to just be considered.
Let's just make the cost of housing that much more expensive.
Right.
I know,
Really.
honestly,
And for what purpose?
honestly,
really.
I said the same thing, I said,
Yeah.
wow, that sounds very anti-housing development, with this housing
And
shortage, but.
what's the public safety rationale behind it? It's not anything I ever even heard of. So
I haven't heard about sprinklering. I have heard about the change to the building code requiring building inspectors to do periodic inspections of all short-term rentals. And there is sort of like a tiered impact of that. And a lot of building inspectors have been saying, especially like as you were describing in say coastal communities or down the Cape.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a full-time job for somebody to inspect them. Might be not quite so onerous in Milton, but still it's just another pressure that's put upon folks.
I know, I was thinking about that too. Although I think the Airbnbs that we have
As far
would
as,
not be.
as far as whether it would be
compliant with
limited
this.
or not, I just feel like if it's going to be permitted, how do you not allow it for all single family homeowners or even two family homeowners? How do you pick which neighborhoods get to have the opportunity, which don't?
Right.
And we just don't have that many other zoning districts here, really.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like it needs to be throughout. And if that means it needs to be, if it's better to be a general bylaw, then okay. But I still feel like the planning board could prepare something and suggest to the select board that they consider it for a general bylaw. Because
The
I
select
saw
board's
the-
actually the one getting complaints, they're a lot of the select board members. Commissioners getting
it
calls.
just
So
seems like it's
I-
a kind of bylaw content that the planning board is more familiar with working with than the select board is. Which is kind of why I'm thinking, even if it's something that becomes a general bylaw, that we prepare it.
We just wouldn't need to do a public hearing and what have you as a zoning amendment. There's a different process for general bylaw, I'm sure, right?
Yes, I mean, there is no planning board hearing, there doesn't have to be any hearing whatsoever, it could just be,
So
it
can
could just
we-
be sent to the select board and, you know, often the Board of Health becomes, if you do it as a general bylaw, it's usually the Board of Health that is maintaining the registration and inspecting properties for, you know, sanitation purposes. So you might wanna also think about if it is a general bylaw, I would think you'd wanna share that and get some input from the Board of Health as well.
So I'm thinking that maybe thinking of the time that we go through one of these and talk about sections and provisions. And then maybe Liz, after this meeting, at some point you have a conversation with Nick and maybe with the director of the health department, just to get a sense of what the health department thinks about it, what Nick thinks about it. But it seems to me we can at least begin a framework.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of time, a lot of meetings, so I don't think we're gonna be able to decide this tonight without others' input.
And we heard 2 meetings in a row, some of the public come in here, and I know it was in the Times the last couple weeks, like if people are
You're interested in
aware of it, so I think that I think we should continue on this, even if it's handing off the select board.
So I just quickly Googled sprinkler requirements for short-term rentals, and it does make a distinction for certain short-term rentals, but essentially primarily owner-occupied 1 and 2 family dwellings and accessory spaces newly constructed as short-term rental lodging houses, or, you know, 1 and 2 family dwellings and accessory spaces which began being used as short-term rental lodging houses after October 17th, 2017, shall be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system.
This is in the current building code?
This is, it's an advisory under the state building code, lumped in with when they, based on their use code, whether they're subject to annual inspections or every 5 years. So I'm
once
gonna have to look at that a little bit more closely
But
because
none of these
that could
structures,
really-
Yeah, I
yeah,
think in Newton's it addresses that, it does call
Okay.
for well, it's a smoke inspection, it doesn't say sprinklers.
It's smoke?
I was gonna say, I can't say, you know, I've done a few of these myself with other communities and I don't remember sprinklers
Yeah.
coming up because it would just be
Yeah.
cost prohibitive, especially if, and what does that mean? Is it newly constructed or just newly used
Mhm.
as a,
right, right.
Right.
but it's a house that was built in the 1960s, right?
Right.
So I'll do a little more digging on that aspect of it. Because I think that would effectively rule out
Mhm.
most residential properties.
So do we feel like we would like Carolyn to put a draft together, or do we wanna run through some of these?
Quarter to 9.
I mean, excuse me, I would like her to put a draft together, but I would like to run through like some of the provisions that were in Newton or in this comparative chart.
Yeah, I like your idea of having that definitely a
The
purpose.
I
I'd like
think
to
the,
add that.
the definitions, I think, I would need maybe to Carolyn to come up with which ones make
Yep.
sense.
Yep.
And then as far as like, then Newton goes into requirements.
Avanti, could you pull up the Newton's bylaw for us on the screen, if that's possible? Yeah, it starts with compliance.
So, they have requirements, registration, inspections, responsibility of operators, and then enforcement violations and penalties. Newton's is one of the ones that have the least number of sections of the ones that we looked at. Lexington also, some of the
Yeah.
others have more sections, but I think some of the materials covered under
Yeah.
the section.
But I did like on section under D, section 2161, 3 or more violations in a 12-month period. Should a property receive 3 or more violation notices within a 12-month period under this article, or any municipal ordinance, state law, or building code, any residential unit within the property shall be ineligible to be used as a short-term rental for a period of 6 months from the third or subsequent violation. So it just gives tools
Right,
to
right.
the building inspector.
Right.
That's
So even looking at it, you can't have one unless you're compliant with the bylaw, it seems
Right.
pretty clear. You need to be registered, which seems pretty clear.
And I assume you do want them to register with the Board of Health or leave that, okay?
Register, you can see where some have it registered with the select board, but
Right.
you know,
It seemed like Board of Health was pretty,
Or the
well,
bill-
majority.
Jordan.
Yeah.
And then.
Newton calls it inspectional services department, which that sort of falls under our building department.
Some charters also include the health department in that,
Yeah,
too. I could.
Both, yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, it can be wherever you think it makes the most sense. I think that it defaults to boards of health because they're just used to thinking of how to enforce the,
Well,
you
they
know, the
inspect-
housing.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
inspect housing now, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
I was just gonna say, Meredith, before you jump to number D, C also makes sense, that not being able to do this if you have enforcement or violations out there,
Right.
right?
And
So
that's right out of the state statute on it, so that would be built in, yes.
And then E, the annual certification makes sense as well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of the notice to neighbors, too.
That's what notice of
Yeah.
butters. I
Yeah.
thought that's
So is this what you guys wanted, the Newton?
Yep.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
were scrolling down a little bit now.
I found that.
On the second page, now it's F.
notice notifying of butters, owners of land directly.
Second page?
Mm-hmm. Second page, the top.
So yeah, to get
Did I
Yeah.
go too far? Sorry.
Next one.
plugging in,
This
operators inspectional
This one.
services.
This one,
department.
yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one of them, in New Braintree, they said they limited the number of registrations. Shall be 6 active units or less.
Which was very confusing to me because when I found that I thought it was Braintree, but then it was New
Yeah.
Braintree.
Oh,
Not the
yes,
same.
Braintree's
Yes,
different.
yeah, no, I
Go
think that's
west.
something
Yes.
really good to
So, yeah.
So
The
what was
total.
that? The total for what, the town or the?
The number of registrations.
This is for the town. Shall be allowed in the town at any one time.
So you could do a townwide cap, pick a
Mhm.
number, you know, let's say
Yeah.
we're only gonna allow 200 short-term rentals to be registered townwide at any given time. You can also then go on to say that any entity cannot hold more than, the standard
One,
number
yeah,
seems
one.
to be 3, you
I
know,
would
no
say
more
one.
than,
I would say one,
you
yeah,
could,
it's-
you, that's fine too, I was gonna say, sometimes it's as many as 3. But
Because otherwise it becomes a business.
Yeah.
that's
Right.
exactly,
Right.
yeah, cause I
Mhm.
think this one has one,
And
or
if you-
Lexington maybe.
And if you
one.
wanna give more people the opportunity, and again, New Braintree, I Googled, only has 402 housing units. So, that's a very small town.
And they allow what, 402 short-term rental registrations per year maybe?
But I liked some of the language in
Yeah, I
there,
like that.
even though it's not.
Yeah, limiting to a
Yeah.
number, a cap. we should-
I also saw somewhere, yeah, to that point, there was a percentage of the total housing units in the community,
Mhm.
which I will admit sounds nice, but who's gonna track how many, like, it seems like it's a really tough
Because
thing to
then-
continually
yeah.
track? I don't
You
I don't
know,
know.
just like, well, I don't know if it's just like this, but I kind of think of like liquor licenses where they then become a dollar value. So like a restaurateur sells their liquor license for like $500,000.
Right.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and that just shuts out like the mom and pop place in Boston that's happened a lot. So it just makes me wonder about like who rushes to get them done, and is the people who could benefit most, are they gonna be shut out?
Right.
Well, the other thought too is if what's really driving this is you wanna make sure that, number one, we know where they're being operated. Number two, we know that the housing is safe for the people who are renting it. And we know who to contact if something goes wrong, and we have insurance, et cetera, all those other things. If that's what's really driving it.
Right.
Why impose, I don't wanna say an artificial number, but just a random cap that I think is just going to encourage some folks to say, well, I'm gonna operate this. No one's gonna know whether I'm one of the 200 that were allowed or whether I'm
Then
doing
back to
this.
the unregulated
Right.
one.
That's a good point. So that's something to
Better to bring them out of the
think
shadows.
about
Yeah.
and consider.
So that brings us to the registration requirements, right? So were there any other requirements from other communities?
Any other requirements?
This was more
I kind of-
detailed, I think that.
So for a butter notification, one town requires proof of certified mail. Got that.
So does this one? So Newton says, I don't know which section this is in, there is an occupancy limit that comes later.
Yeah, so if someone else had an occupancy, it could not be more than the number of bedrooms. And then another town had no more than two people
Just two per bedroom,
And that's
yeah.
like,
And
that's
capped
where
it.
I liked
Yeah.
Lexington's, cause it listed also what types of things cannot be used. I think we need a section
Definitely.
of what not can be used. And that's under section 2 of Lexington's, the following kinds of dwelling units or bedrooms within the following kinds of dwelling units may not be used as short-term rentals. Dwelling units designated as affordable or otherwise income restricted, which are subject to affordability covenants or are otherwise subject to housing or rental assistance under local, state, and federal programs or law. Number 2, accessory apartments or ADUs as defined in section 6, here, 7. Dwelling units, I like this too, dwelling units on lots containing 3 or more dwelling units. Any dwelling unit any dwelling unit in violation of the state sanitary code, 105 CMR 110.3.
So also my chat GPT
T had
some prohibited activities, which I like commercial events.
commercial, yep.
This says weddings, parties exceeding occupancy limits, so I guess you'd have to establish what those are. Outdoor amplified music between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. in use of the property in a manner creating a public nuisance. I don't know how that gets defined, Carolyn, what a public nuisance is. But it does seem like whether those are the exact things, something that lists for sure, like these kind of 20-person parties would be prohibited, right?
Right.
And commercial events, it seems.
Commercial event meaning,
Like paying to attend a party,
Mm.
like I've seen
Like a
those,
wedding.
I've seen those
Yeah.
instances,
This
yeah, or a
one-
wedding,
Mm.
Yeah, I think that's referred to in some of these.
People were throwing these like massive parties and charging a cover fee to get in.
I also, speaking of the parties, I also saw in somewhere in here that the minimum rental period is 24 hours.
right, no hourly.
Yeah,
That's
so
in
I-
Lexington too.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that too, because that addresses.
Do you
the
want a
party.
longer rental period?
It's like somebody might want to rent a place for one day, right? So it's,
Not less than 24
Not
hours.
less
Well, I
than
mean,
24
yeah.
hours.
have you been where you've arrived someplace in the evening and you've left the next morning, like 12 hours? I mean, you can still rent it for 24,
You still have to
right?
pay for it,
You
right?
still have
You
to,
have to
yeah,
pay
for it.
exactly,
It's just
yeah.
not you
No one
renting-
else
yeah.
can be there,
Right.
Right.
cause
Yeah.
you paid for it,
Yeah,
so I think that's
okay,
right.
that's, yeah.
So they also have, in Lexington's, cause number 2, number 4, 5, 7, 9, and 11, 9, 10, and 11, are all, I think, really good. Some are, a couple were redundant, but, I think that includes the renting for an hourly rate or rental durations for not, less than 10 consecutive hours shall not be permitted. But it says, it talks about short-term rentals shall not exceed in the aggregate 120 consecutive or non-consecutive days per calendar year when the short-term rental operator is not occupying the dwelling during the entire term of the short-term rental. Some of those limiting, and some
How would we enforce that though?
limiting the time that they.
Like 120 days, like how,
Yeah,
I
that's.
wonder what the, I'm not saying I'm for or against it,
Yeah.
I'm wondering how the mechanics of how you would track that.
Cause a couple of them, I think Newton also had a limit to the time.
Well, it just would probably, it would probably be too difficult to monitor, but at least if it's stated, maybe it
Yeah.
just,
Maybe
You
neighbors
have- you
tracking
have
it
the
themselves,
ability-
yeah,
Well, you have the
yeah.
ability to, you know, to point to that requirement.
Yeah, that's a
So
good
if
point,
it
yeah,
does become,
Yeah.
if it does,
Right.
is brought to somebody's awareness, they can use that
that's a
as
fair
a-
point,
yeah.
yeah, okay.
So these items were, a short-term rental operator may make no more than 1 dwelling unit or 2 bedrooms available for rent by one party at a time for operator occupied short-term.
It's 2 bedrooms. I mean,
Some of
you have a
these,
family of how many?
yeah, but then it goes,
Yeah, I
that's
would-
why
I
I
would-
wasn't sure.
That would be tough for me.
2 bedrooms work for you? No.
But then it later says no more than 2 adult guests per bedroom or 10 per dwelling, whichever or less are permitted in a short-term rental
Alright, so that makes a little more sense.
That's Lexington's?
in
You said
Lexington.
per bedroom?
Per bedroom.
Yeah, so
Well, that's an
Lexington,
overcrowding issue too, right?
2
To
per
have
bedroom
more
or
than
some
two
say-
per
yeah.
bedroom.
And
Yeah.
some say 9, the maximum is
Yeah.
8 or 9.
Why, if you have like 6 bedrooms, does it matter whether then you can,
In here, it get up to.
well, if you're on
Seems like a
septic,
lot of them cap it.
if you're
Yeah,
on
they
a
cap.
A lot of-
septic
a lot of them
issue,
do
you
cap
don't
it,
wanna,
actually.
like my neighborhoods,
Overload
we're all
that,
on
yeah.
septic.
Yeah.
You know, you can impact the septic
It
system.
also
Okay.
references the number of parking vehicles.
Yeah, so that was
they
my
have.
thing. It
So-
was, shall be limited to parking of 2 vehicle spaces per short-term rental.
I like Lexington says to one party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
Liability insurance was mentioned.
I think that's the state.
Brookline says a maximum of 8 guests. Did you have Lexington has two per
Two.
bedroom or whole unit to one party?
Yeah, 10.
Oh, but it says 10? We
They-
have 8,
but
9,
I
and 10
think,
or total.
but I think Newton capped it 9 and it was only
Yeah,
like
caps
4
at 9.
bedrooms or something. like
Max
that.
3 bedrooms,
3
9
bedrooms.
guests.
3 bedrooms and 9 guests.
My guess is the number of guests is tied to the number of cars. Right? That would be my guess. I mean, it could be a
Yeah,
septic,
I mean,
it could be a septic thing too, but I think that's probably gonna be one of your biggest sort of, you know,
So an argument I heard at this Springtown meeting over short-term rental bylaw, to both parking and limiting the number of people in a house, came from a lot of younger folks who say, you know, my spouse and I and our 2 kids who are, you know, in pack and plays or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, we're 1 car, but we're a family of 5 or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
And we go to our family reunion and I wanna share a house with my the kids'
Right.
grandparents and my sister and her kids and all of that.
right.
There is a point where little kids in diapers are not gonna put the stress on a septic system
Right.
that having a bunch of adults, the same number of adults occupying the house, but
All taking showers.
all taking showers, all running the
right.
dishwasher or whatever, and washing machine. But still, it's really a policy decision of, do you wanna put a maximum on how many total can be in the house, or should it be based on two people per bedroom? Then you have, of course, people turning things into a bedroom that's not exactly a
Mhm.
bedroom.
Right. So.
It's hard, it's hard.
It is, like, I think we should go down a rabbit
Right.
hole.
I think we should plug in something as a max, and I'm sure it's gonna be one of those talking points.
Right,
that we
that's a
do.
good point.
And I think on the parking, I liked what the chat came up with too, which is
The chat.
The chat.
The chat.
you have to have the parking comply with local parking regulations.
Mm.
So
Yes.
that would
Right.
avoid the East Milton, because you're not
Yes.
allowed to park on the street overnight.
Right.
And then on the parking, if you're providing the parking, you're only allowed a certain amount of pavement in the front yard setback. You know, I think we should, I mean, I've been
Yep.
in, I've
That's what
I've
Newton
seen-
says too, yeah.
Yes, so, and then it says, this one, that no short-term rental shall create unsafe parking conditions or interfere with emergency access. So, I mean, that's another one of the things that can be enforceable to some of the things that we've heard are a problem. So it will self-regulate in some ways, because some areas there's just not room for parking.
Right.
Some property sizes which is not very,
So would we have to alert the police department, because people can get, an overnight
Overnight,
parking
yeah.
pass, so.
if they already have it for their house, for their property, then fine, but they wouldn't be able to get it
It's just for the,
Just
it's for
for
their
this.
vehicle.
I think
Just for
that,
this.
well,
For
I
their
don't know if we could regulate this, but a lot of times when you go into Airbnb, it has like a little, like, this is what you have to do with the trash, and take it out, like, maybe that's something that we can include in that, like, if you were parking on the street overnight in this area, you must call the Milton Police and let them know, I don't know how.
But I don't
So
know
there's-
if neighbors would want that though.
So
The
that would
neighbors-
fall
the
under,
neighbors probably don't want the
Yeah.
cars.
for Newton, it would fall under house rules. So they're required to provide house rules. So that means that whoever the operator is has to tell them about trash disposal, what day the trash has to be
Yeah.
taken out, that there's no street parking,
No overnight parking.
no overnight parking.
Oh, I see that, the house rule, yeah.
So house
yeah,
rules,
yeah,
that's
right.
another piece of
Yeah,
that.
They
that's
also
nice,
build
yeah.
in like some safety components to
Yeah.
where are the fire extinguishers?
Exactly.
You know, who, always having to have a 24-hour contact
Right.
available.
Yes.
So we like Newton's bylaw.
Yes.
So I do, yeah, and I like that it says proof of residence, the property owner, which is under number G, property owner or indirect property owner must reside in the dwelling unit operated as a short-term rental for a minimum of 9 out of 12 months during the calendar year. Indirect ownership includes but not limited to a beneficiary, it's very specific on that. When registering a short-term rental, the operator must provide evidence that he or she resides in the dwelling for a minimum of 9 to 12 months during each calendar year, as demonstrated by at least 2 of the following: utility bill, voter registration, motor vehicle registration. Driver's license.
No, that's all
That's-
fine, that's all fine. I was just looking at how commercial events are prohibited, so I'm jumping.
Yeah.
around.
That would, down at D.
But then the luncheon, like you're gonna have your book club over, you're meeting up out of town for it, it just seems like a luncheon's a weird thing.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, a banquet, yeah, a party, I mean, the other things are pretty big, but a luncheon?
Yeah,
I wouldn't
meetings would
include
be the
that.
same way.
Or a meeting, yeah,
Meeting.
like you're having your real estate colleagues
Yeah.
together for a meeting, because you're in town, some,
Yeah, so
maybe
Maybe
that's
we
a
could
little
take
too
this.
restrictive.
If that were the case, my family Thanksgiving would be in trouble every single year.
Yeah.
That's the Newton one?
Yes.
You see that on,
And D, commercial events prohibited.
yeah, it wasn't. I almost think we're better off to say a no maximum.
But when I hear commercial, I think of like someone
More
making money off of it.
business.
Yeah, not a family get together.
Another way to perhaps get at it is what some communities will call special events, you know, so that it'll capture your we're not gonna rent the short-term rental and put a tent in the backyard and we're gonna have a huge family reunion or a wedding or graduation party, whatever it might be. that special events, especially something that's gonna involve alcohol, is gonna have to be subject to its own separate license outside of the short-term rental. Because I agree with you, I think Newton's is just a little
Too strict.
too strict.
Yeah.
I agree,
This
we
one.
could take out some.
Mm-hmm.
Streets, fire prevention notification, yeah. Registration,
Yeah,
house
yeah,
rules, egress and access, I think that was good.
That occupant registry, that doesn't have to be made available to, I mean, this seems like a lot of information to have on everybody that, it's G there under.
So they
Yeah,
come
the-
out of the occupants. and the
Occupants
addresses.
license plates, like I've never done that on any Airbnb, it seems,
So maybe that would be just, the operator would have that to, but it wouldn't have to be
Just for
shown.
available.
Yeah,
Just
it
available,
says,
there's
it
Made
says it just
available.
has to be available for inspection by any city official upon request, so you could certainly, I think there's a similar provision for like hotels and motels, that if the police come in and they need to know who was in room 12B or whatever, they can get that information to the extent that the person at the desk has actually taken that information. But it isn't like we in the town or the Board of Health need to know everyone who has rented that short-term rental once we've allowed it to be registered.
Enforcement, I thought that was, again, notice of violation, it gives the process for if it becomes a problematic situation. It's very
Right.
detailed and it gives teeth to enforcement
right?
by spelling out. A notice has to be given, what the penalties are. They have 300 for each violation.
I'm sorry, just coming back up for
Oh,
one
yeah.
second. Burden of proof and cooperation, the burden of proof is placed on the operator to demonstrate they're operating within the limits of this article. So what might that entail, Carolyn?
Well, I suppose at a minimum, it is providing any of the information that's required here under, whether it's insurance, whether it is, I've provided a copy of the house rules, I got a copy of everybody's name, driver's license, registration of their motor vehicles. I mean, at a minimum, I would think it would be that, as well as you need proof that I live here 9 to 12 months out of the year. I'm not so sure how a utility bill proves that you're living in that house as much as you've got
being
heat,
used,
it's
right.
being used, but
So for example, I'm thinking, okay, there's a police call because there's too loud, the guests are too loud. The operator somehow has to
they're
prove
going
that
to
they're
have to
not
have
too
a
loud.
noise, yeah, they're gonna be measuring the decibel levels, and no.
Okay.
I think that's a bit over the top,
Yeah,
in you,
okay,
so that in
alright.
my opinion, but
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
and especially since if they're gonna apply, I would also think the application would have a standard statement that most licenses have. By applying for this, you agree to abide by all the bylaws, rules, regulations pertaining to short-term rentals in the town of Milton. There you go. If it then turns out that there seems to be, and you've also provided us with all the information that we've required as part of that application process, that to me becomes your burden of proof, really. If you then rent to a bad apple who decides this is a great location for the bachelor party to end all bachelor parties, well, having an operator who's complied with all of the paperwork is not necessarily to stop that. That's still gonna be a police issue.
And would they have to, would the operator have to get a yearly permit?
It's typically what it is.
And is our building department able to do that? Is there enough staff and bandwidth to be doing the yearly?
Well, it would be your Board of
Board of
Health,
Health.
the
Oh,
way
Board of
we're
Health,
setting this up, but still.
I think it's like we talked about earlier, it's definitely a conversation that needs to happen soon. about the process
Yeah.
and how it would work and, you know, the staffing required and just, yeah, have a conversation about that and, you know, volume and.
And then the fee, I feel like the fees were fluctuated from $100 to $200 to $300.
75 for Lexington,
Mhm.
275 for Brookline. Maggie, at one time you said that you thought fees should be consistent,
I do think they
right?
should be consistent.
So I don't know what the right number
Yeah.
is to be consistent,
be
but is there something else where there's a fee charge for a application or a use
And
that's
fines
comparable?
should be
And fines,
consistent.
yeah.
Fines in particular.
It seemed like when, in the research, there was a license fee, but then there were also tied together with that, you know, the Board of Health had a fee for that inspection, or when the fire department came out there was a fee for that inspection. So maybe there's like a matrix of all the different fees associated with
And
that.
I do know, as you mentioned, I'm not sure about the one that's $250, but I'd be willing to bet that was Brookline's, right? Sometimes they are coupling the
Yeah.
inspection fee
Yeah.
with the registration fee.
Right.
So one thing I would say is if we have high fees and if we have the tax and if we have the impact fee, what it's going to do is make it such that it needs to be rented out a lot in order to make it worthwhile.
Mm.
So I think we need to bear that in mind as we think about what these fees are going to be to folks. Because if it's somebody who you know, could use some extra money, you know, we don't want to
Well,
tax and
FIFA's
fee them
coming
to
into
death.
town, so
Hmm?
talk, FIFA's
Yeah.
in town.
Yeah.
So talk to everybody in Walpole and Foxborough
Yes,
and
yeah.
Norwood who are like, we'll get out of our houses for a couple of weeks.
Milton's in
But to me, it's not, I don't think there are very many Airbnbs that are owner occupied, like I haven't stayed in a house where there's someone else living there, right? Like it's more like you just reference,
I don't
like,
think
there's
you're
no
gonna
one
get
in the
many,
house, right? Right.
I've stayed in some where the owner definitely left.
Left, correct,
Yeah,
yes, but
yeah.
not actively while you're in one bedroom and they're in the other bedroom.
Right, yeah.
Right, so I mean,
right, but that's been it's becoming a requirement in places like, again, use my example, my adult kids have told me that's the kind of places now that they've had to stay in certain travels. Because they're not allowed otherwise. So that's the question here too, like adjacent, I think was one of the options, not,
Yeah.
I don't know,
Right.
if it- like, the owner occupied part, if it's somebody's going to be away for 3 weeks and they wanna rent it out for that 3 weeks, they're not here, they don't have that opportunity, that seems like a kind of unfortunate, you know, like that you would have to be there. That's oftentimes when somebody might
Well,
want to
that's
rent
why
it
they
out, when
say-
they're not there.
Up to 9 out of 12 months. Like
What was that one? This
it
is in Newton
was-
again, can you go,
Newton was,
do you have the section number there?
yes, it was under proof of residence G, under section 162G, proof of residence, a property owner or indirect property owner must reside in the dwelling unit operated as a short-term rental for a minimum of 9 out of 12
Okay, I
months.
see, nine, okay,
So it gives that
it
flexibility.
gives the flexibility, okay.
So if they go away for the winter, so, you know, and they're like, oh, we really would love somebody to stay in our house, be a caretaker, you know.
They can't do it more than 30 days under this
Well-
though, right?
they can't do it,
No.
no, you can.
You can.
Oh, okay.
This one, it was Lexington that said 120 days. Maybe
I thought that was 120 days cumulatively.
Yeah, because it said
Cumulatively,
duration
right.
is less than 30 days by definition to be a short term.
Oh,
Oh, you're
yes,
right,
yeah,
Lexington's less than 30
right.
days, yep.
31 technically.
Yeah,
Everybody says 30.
Yeah.
but that's for one guest, right?
It's one guest,
Which is kind of,
it's a
it's
long
kind of an
time.
interesting thing too, if you're to the example that a lot of people do go away in the winter. But I don't know how many want to be able to rent their place out, but
Yeah. Or in the summertime.
yeah,
In the summer.
or in the
You
summer,
know,
yeah.
right, if they're lucky enough to have a second home. It does feel like it is really geared towards trying to benefit the residents. trying to create a vehicle where residents can have the benefit of this type of use without it overburdening, overburdening the neighbors.
Okay. So do you think you have enough to do an initial draft?
Yes. Yep.
Alright, good.
And if you're looking at July 7th, July 9th, whatever it is, deadline for the warrant, then you'll want to see a draft. Which, did you say your next meeting is the 25th?
The 25th.
Okay. Aim to get you a draft for your June 25th meeting. That would be great.
And Liz, you can tee up Nick and the select board with our current thinking, or is that,
And
But we
Board of
just-
Health?
Yep, I'll
Sure.
definitely circle in with Nick and as Cheryl suggested, reach out to the Board of Health and I know you guys have your joint meeting on the 23rd, so we'd be
Mhm.
surprised if there might be some conversation that night about this. So
So do you have a cutoff prior to your meetings when you like to see materials?
we try to have everything the Thursday before because I try to have their packets available so they can review it over the weekend. That's ideal, but
But we don't have much time
I
here,
said that
so-
only gives me like 1 week.
No,
I
no,
know,
I
I know.
having it just having it
Um,
like 2 days before.
yeah.
is that okay? I
Yeah.
hate to
Yeah.
throw stuff at you guys
Okay.
last minute.
I appreciate that because I do have a family wedding in this
Yeah.
interim, so
Well, you'll be staying in a short-term rental.
I know. A bed and breakfast.
But
though.
yeah.
My sister and her family, because there's 8 of them, will be
Yeah.
renting a house.
Yeah.
And did offer to have us all over. I'm like, oh, no, we can't do that. So if I got this to you, say by, say Monday, the 22nd.
Give yourself another day or two. if you
Okay,
want.
I'll
Yeah.
get myself to the 23rd.
Because we
so
won't be able to
thank you.
discuss it until.
Okay. Yeah, but I want you to have, it's,
Yeah,
it's
to
only
be able
gonna
to
be a
review
couple
it.
of pages, but still, I want you to have some time.
Yeah, this is
beforehand.
very short, this is much easier.
Yeah, if you think
Okay.
about like the sign bylaw
It-
comparison, we
I
can
know,
get
it's
this.
Site plan
much
approval.
shorter
Which
than
is
that.
crazy.
Approval, yeah.
Because
Every
this is
state
so
can
more
do.
impactful than the signs.
So one thing that I noticed with a lot of these bylaws, is that there's this lengthy definition section. And all they do is repeat the exact same definitions that are in chapter 64G. I tend to be one of these people that if it's in state law, we don't need
Yeah.
to regurgitate it. But I can also see sometimes that some folks might look and see short-term rental as defined in Mass General Law, chapter 64G. There might be those who say, well, I don't know how to find that, or what does that mean? Where are those definitions? Do you want me to try and strike a balance between repeating things in the bylaw that just is mirrored in state law, or be a little bit more bare bones about it and just say all of the definitions that are contained in chapter 64G shall apply, and if there's any difference, we then include those.
I like that.
So a couple of things we haven't talked about is, so I've seen some communities where they will put restrictions on timeshares as well. If you are aware of any, so timeshares in Milton, that we don't also want them being used as short-term rentals perhaps. Or if we're leaning towards owner occupied, this may not be necessary, but sometimes there are, we might need to, if we don't want corporations to possess more than, you know, 1 or 2 registrations, but again, if we're gonna be limited to
Yeah,
one, I guess the question is, even if we're limiting to 1, are we going to allow a corporation
To
to
own
hold one?
multiple, or to
Or to
own just one.
Well, I thought, like I read in some if it were like an LLC type, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Well,
say.
that's the reason I asked,
Or a
because
trust.
we do have to
Yeah.
break it down a little bit and be very clear what we mean by, what
Owner
types of
occupied.
entities would be acceptable, because you're right, like a trust, an
Mm-hmm.
LLC typically would be allowed to have a short-term rental, but
I would
you know,
think,
again, I can throw it in to a draft
We can-
I mean,
and
there are
you
plenty
can
of homes that
mull it
are
over.
owned in trust, right?
Mhm.
And possibly an LLC.
And
I
it, yeah,
should-
and an LLC. My
Yeah,
family
but I
has
would
an
think other
LLC.
kinds of corporations, like,
Could you put a cap on any entity owning not more than two?
well, you
We
can set up a
could.
separate LLC for different properties too, so.
Yeah, I mean, the game's
I
gonna
got the
start to be
six-
played.
Yeah.
You got the
exactly.
650 Canton Ave LLC, and they got the
Mm.
660 Canton Ave LLC,
Mhm.
and they got the 670 Canton Ave LLC.
But how could you ever prevent that then? You're saying that you could just outlaw LLCs and trust
No,
outright?
I'm just raising it as something to think, but I don't have the answer. I'm thinking maybe it's the individuals that are, if it's the same, basically LLC ownership. So like the LLC is comprised of one member, and the member is Hal Munger, and every one of them, then Hal Munger has like multiples.
Mhm.
But if the LLC has Hal Munger, then it has Jackie Munger, then it has Will Munger.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know how you
Yeah.
regulate all that,
Right.
but
And again, if it's going to be enforced by your building commissioner, do we really expect him to be spending an awful lot of time like on the Secretary of
into
State?
LLCs,
Like,
yeah.
digging
Yeah.
into related entities? I mean, he's gonna run from town hall.
We don't wanna do that to him.
No.
Certainly.
I don't wanna get the phone call that says, how am I supposed to do this?
well, I think I think we've all maybe we've all stayed in Airbnb that we realize is a corporate owned one. And it's definitely a different thing, because that's why in hotspot travel destinations, they've started prohibiting them, because corporations were buying up all the housing and they're just taking away all the housing. So I don't think we want companies coming in and buying up a lot of houses and then using them in Airbnbs.
It seems counter to what we're trying to do with this,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how we get around with that, if we're trying to say an LLC is okay, but a corporation's not. Does that do it? I don't know.
But doesn't the owner occupancy piece of it?
That will, that's a
That'll
good
do it,
point.
okay.
A corporation can't
They-
very
they
well
won't
occupy.
Yeah.
Be living there. and they would
Something
have to-
else is that some communities, when they define corporation, they'll require that every manager, director, whatever the title happens to be, has to be a natural person.
I saw that in some
Natural
languages here.
A natural person, as opposed to an unnatural person.
What is an unnatural person?
You know?
A robotic.
That's a conversation for a different time. But things I don't think you're gonna run into that as much if you have to be owner occupied. I don't think we need to worry about the corporation, and if we are gonna say only one
Yeah.
short-term rental per entity.
Mm.
If somebody wants to play the game, like I said, with the Hal Munger and the Jackie Munger and the Will Munger and everybody else, well,
Not to pick on you, but.
we probably can't get around that,
Mm.
but we can still,
Seems like a lot of
Discourage it.
effort on that person's part to have Airbnbs in Milton, which is
right,
Yeah.
right.
not the Cape.
And you'd have to live separately.
Right,
Mhm.
right,
Mhm.
right,
Verify.
right, yeah, good point, yeah, yeah. My 7-year-old's gonna have
Some
his own
people
house
might-
for 9 months of the year.
I want
He'll
to
be
see-
excited.
I wanna see those utility bills.
Note to self.
Okay, I think I've got a good sense to start with for short-term rentals, so.
Okay.
Right.
I'll get that for you.
Then can we just touch just briefly before you go, on the proposed changes to the rules and regs for the ADUs? Cause that's something, will we need to revote that?
So we haven't voted on that one yet, that one was still sort of,
that's right.
that one was still in
We were on
process.
hold, so.
Yep.
So these were just some small updates based on outside staircase,
Yeah, I mean, that's Carolyn offered a couple
couple of suggestions.
couple of amendments as well, regarding, some language around an application not being denied, and using some different language there. I think we swapped.
Do you wanna walk us
rejected-
through those,
Yeah,
Carolyn,
that'd be great.
or Liz?
Yeah,
You
no,
want-
Carolyn, for sure. I mean, I
I was
can
gonna
walk
say,
through some of the other stuff.
you wanna walk through, I mean,
Sure.
certainly your document, I can jump in for the changes.
Alright, let's do that.
Okay.
So on page 1, it was strongly recommended to have a note here that a meeting with planning director and myself strongly encouraged prior to application, so we added that on the first page. We came to
So
a,
can I-
oh,
on a
sure,
bigger picture.
Yeah.
The rules and regs, I thought that the zoning itself encourages this, or does it not? I'm just wondering about redundancies in the zoning and in the rules and regs.
I'd have to go, that's a good question.
I
don't know
thought the
if it's,
bylaw
if it,
did actually
does it say that?
encourage
Does it
that.
say
I
that
know
sort
site
of
plan
right up
approval
front?
did,
Go
but I
back and
don't know
find
about
you.
ADU.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that. If it does, I really don't think it hurts to have it on this document because honestly, there has been the path of conversations around these is still kind of like working itself out. So to have that, if someone comes into our office after talking to the building department and this is the document we hand them, they're gonna see that sort of like first thing. And it's gonna be sort of a strong recommendation.
Okay.
Before you spend money, before you try to file anything, have this conversation up front. So that was a recommendation that came out of a lot of conversations, between our office and the building department. We came to a resolution with the town engineer and the police and the DPW about having a temporary address that does not become a permanent address until the certificate of occupancy gets issued. So that's a change too, which I think is working well. The main change is something that I added in collaboration with the building commissioner, that we're adding this zoning approval tab in Permitize. And I'm calling out that specific provision about the building commission having the ability to waive any zoning requirement that he finds unreasonable under the Dover analysis. Because even like the ADU that we approved 2 weeks ago, we had some conversations about, sort of the level of engineering plan that was required for that particular application. And we came to a conclusion that there was sufficient documentation to make our finding on the application. So I think that's important to have that in there, because that's, if he makes that determination that certain requirements are not critical to making a determination on an application, then that's his purview. But I want to make sure, everyone's comfortable with that, and that that's sort of my understanding of that is correct. And
So I'll just share, and Meredith, you might recall this too, but there's a property where, I think it's 333 Brush Hill Road, where it was permitted, as a condominium conversion. They came and added 3 new structures there, which the planning board approved. And then later there was a problem. The planning board got involved, there was litigation, there was clear cutting, and there was flooding down below. And when we started investigating what was going on, we learned that the houses were placed on the property in quite different locations than what the planning board had approved, and the building commissioner had granted that approval without alerting the planning board. And at the time, the planning board was not happy with having that level of change when we had spent the time going through the whole public process on the approval. So given, this just says Dover analysis, but that's the whole thing. The ADU is under that. So it's almost like he can just take anything that's in our bylaw and say it's not
applicable
because it's all of this is Dover. So I just use a caution based on on that experience. There's a reason that the bylaw was passed. There was, at least in the beginning, people want some level of review. And I would just wanna make sure it's not too discretionary on the building commissioner to say whether we need to do it or not, or whether this document's needed or not. That's my caution of that.
That had to do with materials being submitted.
Yeah,
That
it's
we're-
essentially making the determination that the application is complete. Right,
Yeah.
so one of the things that's in the bylaw is.
Says any zoning requirement though. Doesn't say any zoning submission requirement.
Okay,
Shall waive any
well,
zoning requirements.
then my answer to that is, the planning board's role is really narrow.
It is, but
So,
this takes it away completely, in a sense.
no, well, I don't know, I would really welcome Carolyn to weigh in on this one.
Well, I'm just-
Because the board's only role in this is the very narrow role that's outlined in the site plan review process, right? So the board would never have the ability to say yay or nay on zoning components that were sort of outside of that, of what they're supposed to review, correct? Like
Right,
the
they're not
board's
looking
not
at
gonna
the
say you
use,
can't.
they're looking at
Right.
setbacks and height and where the parking's gonna be, that type of thing.
But to your
Right, but the board's not making the call on the setbacks and the height and where the parking is. The board's making the call on the design, the design standards around the parking, right?
Right.
And that's where I'm getting stuck. Because I'm trying to make sure that I'm sort of determining in my review, like the items that I need to be
So
determining.
the way I
And the
kind of,
board is very narrow in terms of its their review, and I think it is because it's a protected use, right? Correct? Or
Yep.
a level of a protected use, I still don't know that I quite understand exactly what the creature is, if it's.
It's, the state calls it a
Truly-
protected use ADU now, yes.
Okay.
but think
so-
about it, so are daycare centers,
Mm-hmm.
so are houses of worship. So when we review, in my tenure on the board, we've reviewed 3 large daycare centers.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been pretty lengthy processes. And in some cases, we really, we advocated for a rethink of how they were locating the building on the property so that there would be less cut and fill.
Mm-hmm.
What the parking should be in the front or the back.
So that would be the
that's-
cut and fill, that's the exact issue with the ADU that we did 2 weeks ago. My question was, do we need more detailed engineering to understand what this is gonna look like when they need to excavate or whatever they need to do to build this foundation, right? So it was an application requirement, the detail level of the application requirement. It wasn't saying that they have the zoning right to put a foundation there. That's how I'm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm being too sort
No,
of
I mean,
cute,
the
but.
bylaw itself is pretty clear, the planning board site plan review is as to the design standards. So, and you've only got 6 design standards and you're looking at exterior modifications to a dwelling or accessory structure with a detached unit and exterior finishes, windows, types, roof pitch, driveway and parking spaces when it abuts a principal dwelling or landscape, stairwells, pedestrian paths, energy efficient features and sustainable materials, and radon resistant techniques. Those are the only things under design standards. So I guess in light of all of that, do we need 15.4 to even say the building commission is gonna apply the Dover analysis? I mean, it's gotta apply the bylaw. And I'm trying to think of,
And I think that's
What
what
would
Cheryl's
come
saying,
up?
waiving any zoning
Exactly,
requirement.
that's my,
So
Yeah, and I think it comes down to sort of like the level of plans. I mean,
That's-
let's just,
it
I'm
seems
just
like it's
gonna, I'm
more
just,
about
it's
submission.
the,
Yeah,
it's the,
submission
it's the
materials.
level, it's the level of plans that are required.
Submission materials.
So then submission materials would be that the building commissioner could
Waive
waive
any
any
submission
submission
materials.
requirements.
That zoning requirement.
That would solve this, what I've encountered.
Cause I think it's on the material,
that's-
he
that
felt he had
solves-
sufficient to know where the house was sited.
And what the implications were for, you know, anything that's
Right,
relevant
because there was
for
not a
zoning, for
foundation
zoning
on that house,
determination.
there was no basement to that house. It was
I just didn't know if we needed to have an engineer go
Well, I
back out on
guess, for
site.
example, if the ADU in particular is going to go into an existing, you know, convert your garage, building permit doesn't change, location on the lot doesn't change, maybe we don't need to have all of the level of detail as to the plans, or we don't need to know the exterior elevations because it's an existing structure. So that would make some sense.
And I think that's what you're trying to achieve, but without changing the zoning requirements, cause that is the whole bylaw. Correct.
Yeah,
I
I can see why somebody would wanna know, like, what an ADU was gonna look like from the sidewalk, right? So you've got your principal dwelling, and then you might have an existing structure, but unless they're doing absolutely nothing to the existing accessory structure, I can see why somebody would wanna know, like,
Right.
this is what this looks like today, and this is what it's gonna look like when I'm done with this project. So I do see the benefit of that, but I also see the benefit of not unduly burdening people with additional, you know, expense with plans and time and everything else. So I'm really trying to balance that. And if I have if there's something in here that says that he has that latitude to sort of like, you know, waive some of those in his discretion, then this will help people move forward faster. So I'm trying to accomplish a couple of different things here.
And didn't we have a section on waivers in our
Don't
bylaw?
think
Was that- or
this
was
one
that
has
definitely a site plan
waivers. I think
approval?
that's
It
a
was in
site plan
approval.
review. I think that's in the site plan review section,
Yeah.
is the waivers, yeah. I just don't think there's anything in here. And again, because it really is kind of a narrow, it's supposed to be a very narrow process.
But now scrolling down, paragraph G4 of the ADU bylaw mimics the language right here in the so that the building commissioner shall apply the Dover analysis and shall waive any zoning requirement that the building commissioner finds to be unreasonable.
Yeah, I just picked it up and put it in there.
Yeah.
I didn't create that. I just referenced that section. Cause it's in the bylaw.
That might
So,
be something to look at for a housekeeping
So-
measure.
yeah.
One of the things I think that we will learn from the applications that come in, and if we need to amend the bylaw, I think, you know, we should, if we need to. I mean, we've done that with a lot of other zoning after it's been adopted. You know, we
Yeah.
found things that needed to be fixed.
Right.
And, you know, certainly if there's things that in practice that are making it difficult, that's not what we're supposed to be doing.
No, I know, and I really do feel for these applicants because we're trying to find a way. I don't wanna put an application in front of you that's missing half of what you asked for. Like, I don't think I'm doing my job if I do that. So that's where I'm getting stuck a little bit.
Well, I know that like in the requirements, it says site plan has to address drainage. But most single families don't have to have addressed drainage in their permitting, so I don't know actually how that passed muster at the
And-
AG
and
and
again,
thinking about it.
If you are taking an existing house with an existing accessory structure and you're making no change to the footprint and somehow you're just going to build this ADU, either convert your garage or a portion of your house is now going to become an ADU, why should drainage really?
But you don't have to come here either if you're not changing your footprint or
Your primary house.
your primary house, so you just have to come here for the detached and if you're doing the addition. And I think it was a response to people being a little concerned about, some of the
Too
smaller
much
lots.
impervious surface, so
Yeah.
suddenly we're
Right.
gonna have all
And
this
like if you had a
stormwater
choice,
runoff.
if you had a choice when you're looking at it, you say, that placement that you have for that unit and of that parking is creating a lot more impervious surface, but if you did this, it would have less. It's not like you're really saying no, but you're
Yeah.
trying to give them
Make it least impactful.
yeah, and it might be that you recognize that that location, has windows right into your neighbor's whatever.
Yeah.
And if you just moved it this way, you would
Yeah.
reduce that. It was that
Yeah.
kind of thing I think that we had in mind.
Yeah.
Or at least that we discussed when putting the bylaw together.
Yeah.
To help alleviate people's worry that these were gonna just pop up in every single
Right.
small backyard and there was gonna be everything right on top of each other with no oversight.
Right.
The one on Randolph Ave is not a great example because it's plenty of room
Right, great.
and it's plenty of.
We haven't seen any of the difficult ones yet.
Not seen a difficult one yet, no. But the drainage piece, I do think is one of the things I would say, you're right.
Grading and
You should
drainage.
have some discretion on that because your single family house is not likely to have a site plan with showing drainage when you saw it.
Right.
But ask him, what is he looking at? That's supposed to be the barometer.
Mhm.
What is it? You can't make it any more burdensome than what you're looking at for a permit for a
Right.
single family.
Right, exactly. So then, so now we're on a bit of a slippery slope. Because now it's, why do I need floor plans for the primary dwelling? Why do we need elevations for the primary dwelling? Why do we need, it's already an existing garage, we're just sort of changing the layout of the existing garage. So why do we need elevations of that? Because you're actually changing how you're using that structure, it's gonna look different. So then you kind of get on a bit of a slippery slope, because there's, those are the submission requirements. That's the information that you guys put in the bylaw. So if.
But is it more information than a single family house? My husband's a contractor and I asked him this. I asked him about permit eyes. He says, I hate permit eyes. And he says, if he was going to replace windows,
Yeah.
he then has to go in and put in all this information
Yeah.
just to put in windows. And he said he has to put in a contract.
Yeah.
And a lot of times his smaller jobs are just time and materials.
Yeah.
So when the requirement is to do a contract,
Yeah.
he says either the homeowner is going to get screwed or he's going to get screwed because he's then making up a contract.
Okay.
So he doesn't like permit eyes. He likes the way it used to be. And so it isn't more burdensome than a single family house.
On that site plan, you sure?
Well, I don't
I'm
know.
talking about
Again,
site
I'm just
plan.
talking about his experience in permit eyes, that he has to put in a lot more information.
It's consistent with
It's
what
yeah, so we're requiring that of
everyone.
this.
Well, and we keep,
Right.
I mean, like, there's projects already where they did the primary house 3 years ago. So we're trying to find ways to like say, oh, that's already in permit eyes. We already know what the elevation looks like for the primary dwelling. We already have the floor plans for the primary dwelling. We'll just carry them over. Like we're trying to figure out ways to make this, to make this as least heavy lift that we can. But at the end of the day, if a neighbor comes in and doesn't like something and says, you didn't enforce your submission requirements.
Right.
I always have to think about that, because that's the pendulum swinging the other way. So and we're gonna sign our decision tonight, right? All of our findings in our decision for that first ADU site plan review are based on meeting the requirements of bylaw. Unless specifically it was determined under the Dover analysis that it wasn't necessary.
Yeah.
So it's so
I think we have to see how this is gonna play its, and, you know,
Mhm.
I mean, I really wanna be able to hand people like, you know, an
Yeah.
actual document, but honestly, it really hasn't made a difference that it's a draft because it's the same set of instructions. I'm just giving them the submission requirements, I'm telling them the deadlines, the dates.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like if this doesn't get voted, you know, like right away, it's probably not gonna make or break anything, but this is very much on point with the exterior staircase. So can he make that call, or should that be a very clear change to the bylaw? So that would be super helpful
Well, if
to
we're gonna
get
be
that
preparing,
clarified.
if we're gonna be preparing an amendment to the ADU bylaw anyway for the exterior staircases, why not spend a little bit of time looking at this paragraph to really see, is this necessary or is this asking too much?
Mhm.
I mean, yes, we need to know where it's gonna be located, yes, we should know the height. Yes, we need to know the square footage and we need to know how that relates to the principal dwelling. Like electric, sewer and septic lines, they've all gotta be serviced, but do we, are we asking for this information on a plan so that we know where things are located in the ground presently to avoid, like a dig safe situation? Or are we really asking for some kind of drainage to be done by virtue of putting on some sort of addition?
Mhm. Well, erosion and sedimentation came up on the one we did 2 weeks ago because there's a drainage easement for the entire length of the property. So there was some structures there that, would need to have erosion control. But we're not asking for, we're not looking for like drainage calculations
Yeah.
or how much volume are you gonna be trucking off the site and, whatever. So yes, it's tricky because some of the stuff is, the issue did come up about, the separation between the water and the sewer, right? And some of the, it would come up separately under the permitting process with the town
Right.
engineer.
Right.
So it would, but, it was something that in their review, they flagged. And, we're monitoring, so in that sense, it did work, right? To be sort of like considering those things like, kind of like for the whole site. And I know Hal had mentioned, and was talking about the metering, the separate metering and what have you. So there was conversation around the utility piece, which I think was useful. And I don't think it was necessarily, too burdensome per se. We allowed the architect to locate those things on the plan. So, I don't know. Not sure.
Well, I mean, if this is already in the zoning bylaw
that's
and
a,
you wanna put it into the rules and regs, it doesn't seem a problem, but I think to Carolyn's point, should we look at the bylaw itself? If we're making an amendment to it, maybe we should. This idea that for a detached ADU that you have to supply the drawings of the existing house, floor plans and elevations, when you're not changing that existing house, it just adds expense for somebody. And
Was that a state requirement or is that a planning board
It's in
that we
ours.
added?
That's a
Oh.
town meeting requirement, depending on
I'm,
how it got in here, yes.
Not to
Yeah,
divert
no,
this or to derail this, but like to that point, like I wonder if we go through this enough and we talk with Michael and team, I wonder if like photos would suffice, right? Like, does it need to be, an orthogonal, two-dimensional elevation, which pays architects a lot of money to do, or could this be a photograph of what's there and then compare that to what is being designed for the detached? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
yeah. So I was gonna just ask a question. Does the exterior staircase, would he not be able to waive it under these rules and under what is in our bylaw? Do we need to not necessarily amend the bylaw quite yet? because I hear what you're saying, but I feel like this is so new. There may be other things that we want to tweak or change, and rather than keep coming back to town meeting, I'd rather come back with like, okay, we've had a year of experience with this, we've had, these are comments from the building commissioner, and come back with sort of,
I'm
in
not sure,
our town plan.
I'm not sure about a year, Meredith, just because of how it's a burden for the guinea pigs who are the first ones in. But I'm wondering like how many there are now and how much experience you have and Michael has from your review, like is it something like if they've done 20 and they see some common issues, then come talk to us now, rather than putting a year time frame on it?
We could probably put down, kind of, try to draft some kind of like short report on, what we've encountered so far.
Because we have
Because it
like
sounds like
What we've encountered so far, right?
When I've talked to Michael, it sounds like there, and I would love to hear your thoughts, but they just were coming in not knowing anything. So they were coming in with nothing, these great ideas like, oh, I'm gonna do an ADU, and just didn't even know the first, what that entailed as far as
Well,
square
the first
footage.
step is the zoning determination. Is it allowed as of right?
Right.
That's the first step. And I think, agreed?
Sure.
Yeah.
The answer to that most of the time is going to be yes.
Yeah.
So that's probably where a lot of these things have been hard, is because I would suggest it hasn't been crystal clear which ones are allowed as of right.
Really?
Well, I mean, I think so.
Aren't they all?
I don't
as
know,
of right?
maybe we need
Not
to
if the
have sort of
larger
a,
ones.
maybe we
Not
need
the-
to
yeah,
have
yeah.
well, as proposed. Not to say that you can't do something as of right.
Mhm.
Because
But are they coming in
as-
larger than they should be?
That's what
Yeah,
I
and
always
what are they
understood.
coming
They're
in
coming in
with?
as that they were large additions. They were wanting to put an addition on their house, and they were assuming that could be an ADU. But it could be, but it just wouldn't be as of right ADU.
Yeah, you know what, I'd like to kind of put together a list with Michael and kind of game through like what some of those questions are. Okay? I think that would be really useful, because that would start to, and that's probably, that issue is definitely coming out in the zoning audit with these like, right?
Right.
In terms of implementing this, because again, I feel like I'm not trying to punt, but I feel like our piece is so sort of circumscribed in terms of like what we're supposed to do with these, right? It's this very narrow role with this very narrow site plan review process. So I'm sort of, but I also understand that this is the body that wrote the bylaw.
Right.
So and I think the intent is always really extremely important.
Right.
So because if it isn't super clear, then you revert to the intent. What was the intent? Why did you want the floor plans? My sense is you can only have one ADU. So you do not want someone to come in 10 years later and say, oh, I already had an ADU in the primary house, right? That's my sense of why that requirement is there.
And we need to, and kitchen, we need to see that there's a kitchen, there's a bathroom. I mean, I think,
Well, in the primary dwelling though.
If you're
In
doing
the
an
ADU.
if in the
Well, the
addition.
ADU is, of course, but we've had pushback on,
original
why
on
do you
the
need,
floor
why
plans
do
for
you
the
need,
primary.
exactly. Like why, because if they're building an ADU, they're doing plans,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So the expense is, they're gonna need that for the building permit, right? So they're doing plans. So the additional expense is the civil engineering, right? And it's anything that you want on the site plan, that's the additional expense. And then it's anything to do with the structure they're not touching, because they're not gonna have plans for a structure they're not touching. And so then it comes back to what's the intent? Was the intent to be able to stand on the sidewalk and say, I've looked at this house for 75 years and now you're gonna put this other structure, like I wanna know what it looks like. That's what I just thought was sort of the
That
intent.
is, I think that was,
You know, but I don't know, or maybe people wanna know what it's gonna look like from the neighbor's side yard,
right,
right? So,
there were just definitely design
and maybe
elements.
some of those things can be waived. Maybe some of those things can be waived and it's not, but I wanna get back to you on sort of like the ones that are kind of like, is this,
Like what
Is
is
this
causing,
is
what is
this
causing the problem?
is this okay or not?
Mhm.
Because I don't wanna get ahead of like other people's, you know,
But
I don't wanna get ahead of people's ideas about what they wanna do with their property, so
But I do wanna just get back to the chair's question, can't the building commissioner waive this now? The way the bylaw is written,
Mm-hmm,
he can waive any zoning requirement that he finds to be
That's what-
unreasonable. So if he wanted to say, I think this exterior staircase thing is crazy, he could do away with that. Now, he's doing that at the risk that the planning board, who clearly sponsored this article, and to your point, had some intent behind that. My guess is, we didn't want a whole bunch of things that look like fire escapes zigzagging
Exactly, that's
outside.
exactly.
We didn't all wanna be looking at that, you
But
know,
if
at our
there's a
neighbor's
rare
property.
exception and it's in the back of the, it's the only way they can have the ADU,
Right, then
there will be
maybe.
times that that could be waived. To me, I'd rather see that than maybe changing the bylaw right now.
Or perhaps thinking about that in terms of when not visible from the public way and from abutting properties.
Right.
But even at that, even if it's in the rear of the ADU,
Someone could still.
someone can still
see it.
possibly
True.
see it.
These
That's
things get pretty large by current building codes, so,
the staircases.
Yeah,
and if it's an exit, it has to be maintained, it can't have snow and ice on it in the winter time, that's harder to do. So, I mean, it's aesthetic, it's safety,
I think it might also be a privacy issue, because what stops someone, if you've gotta have if you're allowed to have an exterior staircase, well, I'm gonna turn this into a wraparound deck. And now here's my deck at a second floor level, staring down into my neighbor's backyard. That could have been part of it too.
I think there was a lot of fear that with this becoming a protected use, that how would these fit into smaller parcels, and this would give a little bit of review. Coming here, there would be some review where people, if a neighbor, you know, was concerned about how it would look or how it would fit, they would have a venue, which you wouldn't get just through the building department. So that, you know, I have thought about these things where we want to, yes, think about and making sure it's not too burdensome, but once they're built, they're not going away.
Right.
You know, so it's better to have a little bit of process and a little bit of review. Neighbors can see it in advance, like, just like when something goes to the ZBA, the neighbors get to see what it is and they get to have a chance to, you know.
So this
have-
does not have a butter notification.
Yeah.
This process does not have a butter notification. It's not advertised. So that was clearly an intent as well, I would imagine, and maybe because being mindful of the protected status. Right?
Well, I understand that, I'm going back to, because I have more experience with the daycare centers, but our site plan approval in the past didn't have a butter notice either, and it was something that we said, well, can it have a butter notice? Because, you know, something like a daycare center, you know, pretty big, is like a business going next to the home, and like, it seemed like people ought to have a notice requirement. And so I understood that it could be, even though it's a protected use, it still could require butter notice. It didn't seem like that's necessary for these ADUs, because the scale of them is different, but
I think other towns are doing at least one Situate
It's
is doing a butter.
what another-
Yeah.
So it's, yes, it's a protected use, but how it gets done, there are decisions that can be made and that perhaps can be influenced that would have some lesser impact. The one we saw doesn't have those, so it's, you can't use it as an example in a sense, because it just, it's just plenty of room.
So we're
plenty of room
saying
to-
we wanna keep that in our bylaw.
the which
Yeah,
one?
The exterior
exterior
stairs.
staircase. And then on, you know, if it's a rare occasion that
This clause would get
Would
invoked,
allow
get
the building
invoked.
commissioner to say, it doesn't seem to make sense as applied to this particular project.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a question of what Michael also likes, because I
Yeah.
know some building commissioners, like when Joe Prondak was here, he wanted things very clear what the planning board wanted. He didn't want to have to use discretion, and that might be what Michael's looking
I
at.
think he's looking for, I think he would prefer, I don't wanna put words in his mouth, but I think he would prefer a very clear, you know, answer in the zone-
Direction.
in the zoning.
Yeah.
Not to have to be applying the Dover analysis.
Yeah.
To individual situations on a regular basis.
So right now it says no exterior stairs are allowed. Michael's, correct? Michael's asking,
Second floor.
second floor,
Second
egress.
Michael's asking for us to allow for those in certain situations.
I think the exemption, I think there's, might be a concern that the exemption might be potentially, or that the prohibition might be across purposes with the state law potentially. Prohibiting exterior staircases on the second floor. I don't know, that's been part of some of the conversations that have.
So usually you
Right,
don't
because of
need that second staircase unless you have multiple units.
Right.
And so,
If you don't have multiple units in an ADU, then why would you need an exterior?
if you're
Well,
doing it up above,
Oh, so
It's a
you're saying in the
separate
main
unit.
residence, not as, yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm bringing it back to a single family.
Mm-hmm.
No more requirements on what a single family has, but most single families don't have a need to have an exterior stair for a second means of egress. It's not in the building code to require that.
Right.
It is on the second unit, right? We know this,
Yeah.
so it is different than a single
Mhm.
family by nature, that egress.
Mm-hmm.
What you're required in a single family home is an egress window in your bedrooms, you know, but that doesn't suffice, you know, for a separate unit. So,
Yeah. So it doesn't square.
Right,
And one of the things that Michael mentioned was, you know, sort of a code issue where if somebody had like a big, you know, sort of like 3-car garage and wanted to put a, you know, an ADU above it, could you put the stair up on one side of the garage and put the stair down on the other side of the garage? But there's apparently there's code issues with like separation and
third of the space.
that where that wouldn't necessarily work, so it just butts up against those realities where you try to make it happen, you try to fit this requirement that the staircase can't be outside. So I mean, what, does somebody have to build like a shed sort of enclosure for like I mean, I don't know.
It seems to me
I
like
was trying to
we-
think of like some kind of like, you know, very fancy
Yeah.
sort of, you know, shingle walled something or other that would like kind of,
Enclose it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that does it.
To me, it seems like we should eliminate the prohibition, but seems like,
To make it clear from.
right. It also seems like by having that prohibition, we're adding a bunch of undue or unnecessary burden on that person who wants to do the ADU within their building.
How many outside staircases do you think are gonna happen? How many designs are gonna require it?
I've seen a couple already.
Already?
Yeah, so anybody who's over a garage, right? Actually, I haven't seen one in the primary house yet though. So I don't exactly know how that would work. Do they need to have, if the ADU is in the primary house, what would have to be on the second floor?
And what would it
The
look
ADU
like?
would,
So
the
in
ADU
theory,
would,
I guess they
the
could have
ADU would have to be on the
an
second floor.
entrance on the first
Right.
floor, and then they
Right.
would have an interior staircase.
I
Right.
literally
Depending
built
upon how
that.
they.
I literally built that for my mom in my house. She has like 600 square feet on the second floor. But it's not an ADU, it's, but so I could see people, I don't know, I mean, maybe that's unusual, I don't know, but I've already seen a few where they need to do, and then it's above a garage.
And it could look like anything, right? I mean, it could be a wood stair, it could be a metal stair.
Yeah. I mean, do you want it to look like the fruit center stairs? If you lived, right, going up to their new space, that's a metal stairs. Do you want that? Especially in the neighborhoods that are tighter.
Well, a stair
Look
for
at
a
that.
commercial property doesn't have to have the same dimensional it doesn't have the same dimensional requirements as the residential one, so it wouldn't have to be as wide, and the rise and runs
yeah.
can be a little different. So it wouldn't be quite as big, but, you know, sometimes they're tied in, and they can be done well, they can also be done
not
poorly.
well.
And you've probably seen some poor ones.
Yeah.
And so that, I think, is kind of this,
That's
the,
That was our
That's-
concern,
yeah,
I
yeah,
guess,
yeah.
the tight neighborhoods,
Yeah.
just
In fairness to the
It's
neighbors.
balanced, yeah.
I'm trying to balance that.
You're
Yeah,
trying to
you
balance
know.
that, but then you're also, if you have to have a second means of egress, then you're putting the burden on the person who's trying to build the ADU, which is as of right.
Mhm.
Then you have to do an enclosed secondary stair, like you said, above the garage, like that seems,
Mhm. Mhm.
because you're not putting a burden on, like you said, you're not putting a burden on a single family home, but you don't need it for a single family home, right?
And
So
it
does-
could look
is the
nice, my
second-
neighbor has it, well,
Yeah.
it's not it is an ADU, it's a temporary apartment above in their barn. And the set of stairs face my house. And it's not enclosed, but it's attractive.
Mhm.
I mean, it might be
Can we
less
add that?
attractive if it wasn't closed, but, you know, so I don't know. So, yeah,
Mm.
that's what comes down to design.
this is where,
Well, I mean, I would imagine you would have say over that, right, over materials, and those are the types of things you do have say over, is are the materials consistent, is it,
Do we have
Is it
say if
in
it's in the
keeping?
primary? If you're not adding it as a separate dwelling unit,
mhm,
do we have any review over that exterior stair at the primary residence? I thought we did not. If you're just making it within the existing footprint of the building,
and not
We're-
adding any
we're-
square footage.
right. We don't have review over that stair. But if it was over a brand new structure like the one we did review, let's say that was, you're adding a garage or whatever that is, like you would have review over that,
Mm,
but you wouldn't have it if it's in the primary residence.
I don't know, I think that would be sort of a very unique circumstance where
I think this is.
you weren't expanding the footprint of the single family
Right.
house.
I think there's
We have
gonna be a lot of
literally
these
heard every permutation. Literally, I'm not kidding.
So far,
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and you could say like, well, you got a detached garage and you want an ADU, you're gonna have to turn the garage into an ADU.
Well, Meredith, maybe to your
You
point,
know what I mean? You don't
Yeah,
get your
yeah.
garage
yeah,
and a unit above it,
right.
right? I mean, hey, again, it goes back,
yeah.
it goes back to intent. I don't know. I wasn't here when this was
Well, I
drafted
think we
and,
thought, yeah,
and, I don't know.
look, if they need this 2 stairs, whether it's enclosed or not enclosed, they still have to build 2 stairs. So,
Well, not if you're at grade.
I agree.
Not if you take the little, garage in the backyard that is in these tiny little
Mhm.
neighborhoods, especially over
Yeah.
in East Milton. You know what I mean?
I think some places you just have to say maybe you can't do an ADU.
Well, you know.
No, I don't think that's the case. I just think that, that my
Or where you can do it,
I
I
would
should
think that it's the how much you're trying to have happen on
On one site.
And yeah, and the design's really important and the intent's really important.
Well, what we can think about is people say, well, they bought a single family house in a single family neighborhood, and the ADUs are making another. This is the sort of thing that I think that people's concerns have been is, well, how is this gonna look? How's it going to work? It's gonna change everything. And so, people wanted some level of review.
Mm-hmm.
So, did we get it right? We don't know, maybe not. And I still think there's also things that at the state level, like I don't think they felt like their guidelines were perfect and there was going to be no need for change there either.
Mhm.
I think this is going to be something where we're going to see how towns, what their experiences are with it, and maybe we'll have to change this, and maybe the regs will change too.
Mm-hmm.
So Meredith, I think you said it earlier, what if, I think I've come full circle, what if we don't change it for now, but we ask Michael to come at some point, wherever maybe it's not a year, but maybe it's
6 months.
6 months or at the end of the summer, like before
Yeah.
town meeting or something like that, come before us and kind of tell us how it's been going and make suggestions from where he's sitting, and maybe this is one of them, maybe he has other ones that he'll bring to us that we say we can improve upon it, but
Mm-hmm.
at least we're not doing it kind of piecemeal one
Because
off.
maybe we wanna notify abutters. Maybe we wanna have that,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
which I was assuming we couldn't do that. Maybe that's something, so.
You can, what you can't do is turn this into a special permit process. And I
Right.
think folks tend to associate notification of the butters means we're gonna have a public hearing that puts people in the special permit mindset, but no, you could still require that the butters be notified. And if they want to, come to your meeting where you discuss the site plan and they wanna see what it all looks like and offer their comments about, can that, light not be located there to shine into my, my bedroom window? Those are all valid concerns that folks will have.
Yeah, I think it's more work, but I think we should add it. I think you're gonna smoke out more sooner if you do that with the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of them, start
Right.
calling when
Right.
the trees start coming down
Right,
and the.
yeah, so that might be some, but yeah, we can have Michael come in maybe at the end of the summer and just. That's too late to get it on for fall town meeting, but
Yeah, awesome. Good stuff.
So I should not revise that bylaw for right now, right?
Yeah, hold that,
We're gonna
hold
leave that for now,
But
okay.
are we good with the rules and regs?
The only thing on the
So we can maybe vote on
dimensional
that.
table,
Yeah.
in the bylaw requirement column,
Yep.
who's responsible for filling that in?
Yeah.
Yeah, so would it be easy enough for us to have it filled in?
So it would depend upon the
On
zoning
which
district.
zone, yeah,
Yeah.
so, but how many districts do we have really?
So I think
A
there's
through
four,
D or whatever.
residential zoning districts, A, B, C, D.
Double A,
Yeah,
But the
so,
Ds and the multifamilies, like,
don't really,
so would it
Ds and
be
Es are multi.
all that difficult to do the 4 or 5 districts that we have? And so when the applicant comes
Oh, then
in,
they could just circle? Like lot area, I could just do 20
Yeah, or
and
something, yeah, or
whatever,
like
and
this,
frontage, and they could just circle, or they could check the one
yeah,
that
just something
applies.
so they're not going, cause who knows if they're gonna put the correct information in.
Well, when you have that revised zoning bylaw with the
Mhm.
table
Mhm.
of dimensional
Yeah,
points,
yeah,
it's
that's
so
it, yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
Remember that we allow,
good.
single families in our business districts, so therefore ADUs are allowed in our business districts.
Mhm.
Don't forget that,
Mhm.
in terms of your charts.
So I was just thinking, if we're trying to make it easier for an applicant, it would just be, this could be for A district, then there could be a double A, then a B, C, D, and you could just hand them the correct,
Well, the other thing you could
chart.
do is have a separate sheet,
Yeah.
which just has the districts
Just-
with the,
Mhm.
with those, until the bylaws.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Have
That
somebody
way-
hand
I
out.
think that's a really good idea. We could do something. We could either have a little checkbox, where they could just say, oh, I'm in Res B, so I'm 20,000 square feet, whatever the number is, I think,
Cause I'd be afraid that average homeowner would screw that up.
You're not
yeah.
gonna know what district.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Most
far,
likely.
we're mostly dealing with architects and builders. A couple of homeowners have come in though. To ask questions.
So do we wanna hold off on voting on this until we're,
Do you want me to make that change? I
wanna
will.
make that change?
Well, I don't know, if it's not,
No, I'll
Or
make that
s-
change.
And then we can approve it the next meeting,
That's fine. I'm
Okay.
happy to do that.
maybe simplifies it a little bit. Anything else for Carolyn? This has been so helpful, thank you.
Good, I'm glad.
Thank you.
Work on a short-term rental bylaw.
And enjoy the wedding.
Yes,
Yeah.
good.
Enjoy the wedding when I won't be in a short-term rental.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
We just hope for good weather.
Yes.
I know.
It's not too hot, not too rainy.
Where is it gonna be? Is it?
It is in Marion,
Okay.
and it is outside under a tent. So,
Oh,
yeah.
that's gonna be wonderful. Marion's so pretty.
It'll be beautiful if it's good weather, and
Yeah.
it'll be miserable otherwise, so.
Hopefully.
All right then, folks. Good to see
Thank
you all.
you all.
Good to see
you.
you.
Have a great
And,
night.
or, you'll have something from me
Great.
less than 2 weeks.
Oh, good.
All right,
And I'm
take
so
care.
excited to work with you on
I
this
know,
larger
I
project.
know. Enjoy.
Yes.
Have a good rest of the meeting.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the next thing we can move is to the matrix and
I'm the matrix.
the matrix, yeah. The
chat-
priorities, planning board
chat and the
priorities.
matrix.
Yeah. Priorities, matrix discussion. And this is wonderful. I love the way you put this together.
Yeah, it was a team effort. Avanti and I kind of cobbled together all of our staff reports and our, different documents that you guys have submitted and with ideas about priorities and et cetera. So this doesn't have to be sort of, the final. It hopefully kind of reflects sort of like the subject areas. In fact, Avanti and I had a meeting this morning with the energy manager and Kai Mueller and the climate fellow. And we were able to look at this, like in the meeting and sort of like very quickly kind of, sort of capture like the sort of like the variety of the different efforts and et cetera. And obviously there's a whole climate and environment section in this, which was helpful for them, I think. For tracking progress, I left the priority column empty. So that's clearly something that you folks, that's the discussion I think is priorities. I think the discussion could include what you want to add, or if things haven't necessarily been characterized as fully as you want them to be. This is if nothing else, this is helpful for Avanti and I in terms of like tracking kind of like where we're supposed to be with things and not have things kind of fall off the agenda. But it also, I think, is very reflective of just how many initiatives are sort of like
how busy you are.
simultaneously going. Yeah, I mean, we're busy, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, I'm someone, I like to be busy because the day goes by fast, but I don't like to be so busy that, stuff falls through the cracks. Cause that's just not good, and I don't wanna be too busy to be responsive to residents. And, those really important sort of like constituency types of responsibilities. So
And I
Anyway,
think
so-
it will be great once, if we, after our discussion tonight, to share this with the select board in advance of our meeting on the 23rd.
Can we add a couple of things that we
Yeah,
discussed?
I was gonna ask if there's.
Yeah, we talked about some planning in West Milton, in particular Brook Road, that
Mhm.
vacant property. And, you know, to the email we received about, a lot of that isn't zoning related, but there is some that is zoning related, that related to small scale amenities, like coffee shops, sandwich shops, something like that.
Mhm.
So if we, I think under zoning and planning, we should
Yes.
include that.
Yes,
And that was also part of our increase, the scope for the economic development plan. They
yes,
were also gonna-
yes.
So also under zoning, I didn't see here the short-term rental.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of rolled that up under the zoning recodification. And tonight's conversation was really helpful because, I think I was thinking that you guys were gonna chunk it where the effort was gonna be sort of like housekeeping, internal inconsistencies, what have you, use table, things like that, but also kind of chunking it with like substantive items, right? So that was why I presented it this way, because I was sort of looking at it as a more integrated effort. But if you're kind of envisioning it more sort of like that, you know, kind of technical component, right? In terms of like the layout and the internal inconsistencies, et cetera. And then sort of like over here are the substantive changes.
I think it could be the substantive related to state law, incompatibility with state law, like there's the solar, like the agriculture. But I think other things we could keep separate, just because I think it will be easier that way to get through the town meeting. You have to say, like these are the fixes,
Yeah,
you know, and
Yes,
then
yes.
these are the, come later for the changes.
Yes, right.
Um,
So would you like me to list out a separate category that sort of like enumerates the
yes,
substantive,
just so
the
we
substantive
can
ones?
think about, make sure we're tracking them, right? Like, so I think the short-term rental, the West Milton, we talked about the condominium conversion and whether we look at the lot size that applies to. And the Brook Road overlay, which could be tied under the West Milton, but that could be a quicker zoning piece, I think, than sort of larger planning.
Did you have cut and fill?
I have cut and fill.
FAR.
FAR.
Yeah, so that, under FAR, we might just look at dimensional standards, I
Okay.
think, because, we should look at what our accessory structure setbacks are, now that that applies to ADUs, I think we talked about that during
Okay,
ADU.
okay.
We talked about the preservation plan there, if you
Yeah.
had, I have my
Storage.
On
notes.
here, that's on here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on there, okay, I
It
missed
is,
it, okay.
And there's something in here about economic development plan, that's on there, yeah. I think that's where I might have put some of that stuff.
That's where
I
West
think
Milton,
I think that's where I reflected that was the under the economic development plan, and maybe that wasn't the right place to put it. I think I was kind of thinking more about like the coffee shops and
Yeah.
the, you know, trying to create sort of like the third spaces.
Yeah,
And so I think I chunked it
okay, well,
under there,
it's okay under there, as long as we can make sure we're tracking it that way.
right,
And I think under there, we might think about our boundaries of our business districts. And also I wanted to look at our business district underlying zoning, because we looked at overlays a lot, but not the underlying. Like parking is a big issue if people are going to look at what a hindrance is to redevelopment.
yeah,
And this is where it gets very confusing in the bylaw.
yeah.
I was rereading it again. Well, if you have this existing business and blah, blah, when you then don't have to meet the parking, but then blah, something else over here says what you do have to meet the
Yeah.
parking. it's not
Yeah.
easy to track.
Yeah.
That's why we actually just added, and we didn't talk about it earlier, but a revised parking plan, because the parking for the 10 Bassett, because in 2024, they came to us with a particular parking plan, but then they withdrew, then they went to the ZBA, and they actually never provided an updated parking plan. So there will be and we'll get to look at it, but it's really not in our jurisdiction, but I shared with Liz, I said, I just thought it should go somewhere, if the building, it's under the building commissioner right now, but that the building commissioner, somehow it should be noted, or somehow with the
Yeah.
special permit
Right.
or variance, whatever how that was given,
Mhm.
that somehow that parking plan is somewhere that people can refer to.
Also, I don't know if that parking meets the parking requirements, like you're supposed, we should look at our parking.
It was handy.
We should look at our parking requirements too, if we're thinking about climate resiliency, because in our site plan approval process, we put in that you have to have trees every certain number of spaces so that we could get some heat island,
Yeah.
reduction in heat island effect. And also it makes them aesthetically nicer if you see like the library, for example, has a whole section down the middle there. And they also use that as a rain garden as a way to capture stormwater, which is a nice green infrastructure. Our rules and regs, I'd love to work with the new town engineer about green infrastructure in our rules and regs. Our rules and regs have a really wide right of way, and you know, we always ask for green infrastructure, but it's not like in the rules and regs.
Can we remember years ago that the environmental coordinator, before she left, she did the low impact design presentation for us?
Yeah. It was,
So that should be adopted.
well, it was
somehow.
supposed to be a requirement of our, whatever those permits are required for.
I think you guys do have that in your, I think that is in the rules and regs. Look, that low impact design, I feel like that's in there at the end somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Keep going somewhere.
That's why I'm just looking through my notes here.
Oh, and then we got Carolyn alluded to the solar requirements and the new state requirements and recent case law. Yeah, that has to get added to the list
Okay.
for solar and for battery storage. It has to be explored and understood and teed up if necessary. And definitely wanna lean on her for
Right.
for, you know, absolute path on that, and what our obligations are, but there are state, you know, deadlines looming.
Okay. I just have one other thing under the
Yeah.
rules and regs, is that we had said we wanted to look at our scenic roads section.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just think it's you have such a comprehensive list, it would be good just to include everything that,
Yeah.
even if we're not gonna get to it right away, I think.
Well, it's helpful for prioritizing.
Right.
It is.
Because if you're talking about, you know, 10 different zoning changes, then you know, there's a hard conversation about what can be accomplished between this time and this time. And if you really want, you know, 2 of the 10, then those are the 2. You know, which I think it's just useful.
So one other thing, are you finished or did you?
Yes, thank you.
One other thing that I recalled, because it just came up at a select board meeting, is they were having the 5G, the telephone poles, all
The nodes.
the new nodes that were being, that are gonna be installed. And I was reminded, and I had asked him, and I don't know if you remember, but Tim had provided, you know, maybe a sample bylaw on this.
Small.
And said that the select board had really wanted the planning board to work on doing something a little bit more detailed. And then we sort of had the conversation, well, we do already have something on the 5G, but I just had a conversation with Katie Conlon, who was the chair of the select board at the time. And she said she was on the MMA at the time, and FCC was coming down with this new regulations, requirements of municipalities. And she said towns panicked because they were gonna be coming in with these, potentially very large, unattractive things on telephone poles and freestanding. And she said, we just put that in as a placeholder, but it really should be looked at to beef it up, to make it give it a little more teeth. Because it basically says, we can say maybe where it goes, or, we can, ask that it be a little smaller or put in a
Quieter.
quieter.
So I have a complaint about the one that they
That's-
did approve. It's outside my bedroom window and it keeps me up at night.
That's what
It's
I've
loud.
heard they're
It's a
thinking
buzz,
about.
it's a buzz,
Yeah,
it's a buzzing
Wow.
noise. I call and I complain. They say,
so we might
Something.
wanna do
Mhm.
some more work on that. And that was, we haven't had many to come before us, but we just did they just came in with a large number of them going
Hillside,
on to
right?
telephone
Hillside,
Yeah.
yeah.
on Hillside, yeah. And it's for the Blue Hills to give
Yeah.
more,
Yeah.
for people hiking to get better cell service, for safety,
We
so,
have awful cell service.
yeah, all of them.
Well, what
yeah.
they, not to distract, but what the rep said was, oh, it's for, like cut through people drop off. And I'm like, well, why do we care if there's phone calls drop off?
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Our
Like, I
house
don't know,
right
do you know how
there.
many people cut through like on Hillside Street? I said, I don't know, they could.
Well, he also said it was for first responders.
For
'cause
first
it's-
responders,
yeah.
yeah, my
Yeah.
phone works perfectly fine, but anyway. But back to this priority list, I just have a question under partners and consultants. And again, my computer fell off and I don't have my glasses, so I'm wondering how come like there are some names listed, but then there are some boards listed. So like I understand who Karen is from our consultant.
Yes.
And then it says Affordable Housing Trust, then it says Select Board,
Yes.
then it says South Shore, then it says Accenture, and then
Yeah.
it's Julie Kramer. So what is Julie Kramer?
So she is the chair of the Housing Trust.
Okay,
So I've been working directly with her, like
Okay.
on some of this stuff, like we've had emails back and forth. And I think the planning staff used to directly support that board.
So do you think instead of putting her name, it should say like Affordable Housing Trust? Because
Yeah,
instead of
yeah.
Affordable Housing Trust
Yeah.
up there, just for
Consistency,
consistency.
sure, yes.
And what if
yes.
she's no longer the contact
Yeah.
person?
Yep, absolutely.
So it's just consistency.
Mhm.
Like I like to know what boards are, but I wasn't really sure what that was.
Yeah, no, that's
um,
great.
And even like Carolyn Murray's name,
Yeah.
like it says KP Law, and then her name is underneath it, so
Yeah.
maybe some people might not know
Yep.
that
Good
she
point.
belongs to KP Law.
Yep.
Maybe it should be in parentheses
Or something, yeah, like Kai is qualified as the municipal energy manager.
right,
Yeah,
yes,
okay,
yeah.
okay,
yeah.
yep. Very
Okay,
good.
no, I had another ad is the master plan
What's up?
update, is that where, I missed that somehow.
It's under, I put it under other, it's
Oh,
sort
under
of, it's sort of
other,
in a,
okay.
it's
Other
sort of in a
regional.
funky spot.
Alright, sorry, okay, that's how I missed it.
Speaking of it, well, is there any movement on that?
Yes, we are, it'll be, well, if you wanna address it,
I put,
Liz-
to hopefully make this a little bit easier, I put for next meeting, the 23rd. I put a single document in your folder today that rolls up all of the candidates that are still available to choose from.
Hmm.
So the board, I think there's 9, so there's about 30, almost 40 pages. But I skimmed it pretty quickly, you should be able to skim it pretty quickly. So you need to make 2 appointments from those 9. So I think that's is that kind of, and
And one
there's a,
appointment from us.
and
One
one,
appoint- a
one,
total of
and
3.
one from you guys as well, yeah. So that information's there. So hopefully
In
that kind of
today's folder?
simplifies this a little bit for you. What's that?
In today's folder?
No, I rolled it up into next month's,
Okay.
to next meeting.
Okay.
Because I know you had said you wanted to have Sean here.
Yeah,
For the-
Sean
for
will
the
be,
dis-
then
for
we'll
the
all be here
discussion.
for that, too, so.
And the town moderator did make her choices, I think, just in the last few days, earlier this week? Did we get that, did I get that email earlier this week? I can put that in the folder too if you want. And Lynn from Nick's office
So Lynn put a
gave a
list
roster.
of,
Yeah, it's important
Those.
because there's supposed to be geographic distribution as well as skill set distribution.
Mm-hmm.
So we wanna have some sense of where folks are from and what their skill sets are before we do.
and Liz
Ours.
mentioned that in hers, which
She did.
districts, but I don't know
Yeah,
that
She
the select board mentioned it, but.
Yeah, I don't know if the select board did. Yeah, and they made their appointments a while ago. So,
We could find that.
yeah, so I will upload Liz Dillon's memo. And now you have that one, hopefully it simplifies it, you don't have to go hunting through the folder for who's already been assigned and who hasn't, so hopefully it'll make it a little bit easier for you guys to do your review. And I can also put up the preliminary roster as well, which has the 6 folks that have already been appointed. Okay? All right. I'll do that, no problem.
And I just had one other thing that I was reminded about, which in the Concom, I actually was speaking to somebody and Conservation Commission is working on a bylaw for tree removal that was unintended trees that were taken down on a development site, such as the project on 333 Brush Hill Road. That could have been something that we could have already had a bylaw, you know, if you take down trees without authorization. Newton, we talked about a few years ago, apparently Newton has a really strong tree bylaw that if a developer or even homeowners take down, you know, significant trees, they can be penalized. So I was just this past week at a property on Highland Street, which abuts the Faraday 40B project, and there were tagged, labeled trees, do not touch within the erosion control. And as we're touring this beautiful garden, we hear crack and 2 trees and the tags just flying off, you know, that were no touch, and they were supposed to be given permission by the building department. So it was unfortunate, but I guess, you know, Holland that's the way they've just dealt with that site, and trees have not, you know, been a concern. And they've literally gone right up to the property line, taking every tree. And it's been really heartless, I mean, to the people behind them, I mean, the abutters. So I can get a copy of what Newton has, as far as sort of a tree bylaw, but
You said the Concom was
Concom's working on something too, and I said, well, maybe, but the problem is that's only for what they have jurisdiction over, so it
Okay.
wouldn't be applicable to our development projects, if Concom wasn't involved. But they have significant fines in Newton, and it's almost like that's what you have to do, you know, with a developer who is gonna say, I'll, you know, ask permission, you know, I'll do it, and then
Well,
apologize later.
so I listened to a Concom discussion, it was a while ago, and, I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but one member wanted to increase the size of the trees, which would then increase the cost of the trees. And she got pushback from the members of Concom, which I found it surprising, because
I mean, the caliper.
the caliper, and also if you were going to make a instead of doing a replacement like a 3-for-1 replacement, now they do total caliper at breast height, so not necessarily a 3-for-1. But also, if you weren't going to replace the actual trees, but you were going to make a contribution to the tree fund, the dollar amount, and one member wanted to increase that, and the Concom pushed back on it and said that the size of the trees were like readily available and could be cost prohibitive. You know, and I had sent them, when I heard that, I had then sent them a list of some growers that I know who have significant size trees, and the trees are readily available. I mean, of course, they come at a cost, but I'm surprised that Concom wasn't looking for more trees or bigger trees. So I'd be concerned about what their bylaw will be, because I'm not sure if it would be enough. That's only my concern. So it'd be nice if we had a similar bylaw, but I just am not sure.
And again, I don't know if that would be necessarily a zoning, but it might be a general bylaw that we could support.
Well, we've had these special permits where we put in provisions for tree protection and tree preservation. And, you know, enforcement is a challenge. And some of it is like equipment ends up damaging the roots over time, and there's just, it's a frustration because it's just the construction industry's lack of care. They can do it, they can do better. And I think the best one was Jack Deli's Low Cut Woods in terms of really following it, I think. And they tried at Woodmere, it's a pretty tight site, but they tried there. But a lot of these others, as you said, they just go ahead and ask for forgiveness later. The tree's gone, it's not what you're gonna do. And this happened a lot.
Yeah.
So that there should be some penalty and not have to be found in every special permit decision, maybe it'd be easier, you know, because
So something to think about.
enforcement of every one of the special permits requires reading every special permit, which might have different provisions, right?
I just sent out I literally sent out the tree protection plan attachment for memory care today to the chair of the Concom, building commissioner. There were a handful of people that I sent it to. I sent it to the town administrator, because, you know, there was already some questions about whether or not the documentation had been provided to date, which it seemed like it had, but there were some questions back from some folks about whether or not it had been submitted. So yeah, I mean, there's no shortcut. Like, you just have to do that kind of stuff, you know. It's
So those were.
Yes, I don't know about bylaws.
I'll look at
Eric, you
Newton's,
said
because
Newton has one.
somebody came to us and said they either worked in Newton. Oh, I know, it was Ellen Anselone, because I think she'd worked on a project, she's an architect, on the fire station building committee. And she was working on a project, and she said, you know, Newton really has the top, their tree protection plan. You guys should look at
Tree
those.
preservation ordinance.
Yeah,
So it's an
Yes.
ordinance versus zoning, but okay,
well,
An ordinance.
Ordinance is because it's city.
yeah, but it's,
It would be a zoning ordinance as opposed to a zoning bylaw. Yeah.
okay.
so just to follow up on this matrix, if we could just send the updated matrix to the to Nick to share with the select board prior to our meeting on the 23rd. And Nick's suggestion was just having sort of like a little bit of an agenda for our meeting together with the select board on the 23rd. And what I spoke with Winston this week, and what we really thought we could focus, because we're not gonna be able to go through, you know, it's not realistic to think we're gonna do all of this at once. We should definitely prioritize. But the things that we would be able to work on together, that we can discuss, that will be on the agenda, is the housing production plan, which obviously we're working, the economic development plan, which we're already initiating. It was the recodification, which we can talk a little bit about how that is starting and sort of the first steps on that. And then they wanted to add, they would very much like the thoughts by the planning board on the La Brea and the potential acquisition by the town. We'd like to hear our thoughts on that. And then just in general, better ways for communication between the boards. And so ideas that might, be great. And
So the fire station RFP is not one of the discussions, right?
it's not, I did bring up that it would have been nice to have received, that we would have gotten a response or a discussion. And he understood, but right now the RFP, we could request, right now, I think they said July 20th or 22nd.
22nd, said
So
earlier.
maybe, they could seek our thoughts about the responses in terms of the uses. And just, it's in the middle of a business district with an overlay district that we've just spent a lot of time on. So it does seem like, they don't have to consider what our thoughts are, but in terms of how we can work together,
Right,
these
that would be
these
one.
RFPs are La Brea's, a good example, but these RFPs are a good way too. I know
So
you
that
talked
could be
about this on the
something that we could talk
library.
about under communication. Yeah, and we could talk about within, under the ways to communicate.
Right.
And they have not gotten any, it is early for the deadline for the RFP, so they haven't gotten anything. Which-
When did it go out?
I think it got posted last week.
Yeah, it'll take a little time.
It'll take a while, yeah.
To put the teams together and put the
Yeah,
packages
maybe when it
together.
comes to the review process, we can be sort of involved with potential uses on that. Good,
I
so,
just thought of another thing you mentioned in the past, Cheryl, which was site plan for town projects.
well, and that's, I did bring that up, cause that is something we talked about under communication is, and every town is different, every community, and it's not anything recent, that's happened, but it's just sort of been, as long as I've lived here, the whatever building committee, whether it's school building, library building, really hasn't had a representative from the planning board on those committees. And how if we could be involved with maybe site plan, when the fire stations, everything was pretty much 95% designed, and at that point, it's hard to say, this might have been nice, you could have done,
Well, and
certain
I
things.
had somebody reach out to me a few years ago and said, I think it was with Guile Field and where the parking, and they were asking, well, now that there's gonna be more use there, has anybody looked at the parking? Is there adequate parking? Could they park on the sidewalk and so forth there? And they said, the planning board get involved in that, weigh in whether there's enough parking, and I said, no, we weren't, brought into that at all. And it's just like I said before, there's been, not, as you said, none of these other projects either. But it does, I've heard that there are some communities that do have that
They do.
process. I don't know which ones, I don't know what's a good example to look at, but.
So I got a call from Easton, the chair of the planning board there, and he said, oh, I understand, talking about the turf field. He said, the planning board denied the turf field in Easton because of the PFAs, the really high numbers. And he said, I'm concerned that I don't know if Milton's looking at the numbers the same way we did, but I was surprised that their fields were
Wow.
coming before them, but it must have been enough of a structural project that it would come before them. And I said, we have no
Even
jurisdiction.
lighting, let's say if they were gonna do lighting on it, there are, I think, lighting has impacts on neighbors and what kind of lighting and what are the controls on it and who, what are the hours on it, there's no permitting on it. There was people came to us some years ago again when Curry had lights and their music and was impacting neighbors, and of course we didn't have review over that either. So I even look at Milton Hospital, their new parking lot and the lights that are on there constantly, and we didn't review that, that went to the ZBA. I also think maybe collaboration with ZBA should be something that we think about, because there's no architects on the ZBA, they're all attorneys, and nothing against the attorneys, but they don't have the same training or skill sets, you know,
They have a different lens.
yeah, and maybe they don't think to ask some of the questions like we do about dark sky compliance on the fixtures. It's not that you're not gonna do the lighting, right? Just like,
Yeah.
we've looked at the pole heights, hours, even on the memory care, can you do it such that that parking lot's closed at night, the one that's most impactful? Is there something like that that would have worked, for the hospital? I don't know.
Right.
So these,
I mean, and I love our fire station where we are right now, but those lights are, I'm surprised neighbors haven't complained, because those are on all the time and they're bright, in the fire station, and I don't know.
Right next door.
yeah. For a residential neighborhood, I think they're pretty bright lights, but that was never anything that we were asked to weigh in on, and to be part of. So.
Okay.
Just,
can I just say, did you attend that webinar the other day too?
I've attended most of it, and then I had to CPC that night
There
too.
was a CPT, Citizen Planning Training Collaborative webinar on writing zoning amendments that Bob Mitchell did. And I didn't bring my notes unfortunately, but it was a really helpful, I thought, in thinking about when you're writing zoning and making it user friendly, with like the user friendliness aspect of it was something he was really hammering on.
Be very clear with the words you're using.
Yeah, he said, listen to this on parking. This was like, oh my
Oh,
gosh.
the green parking,
The
yeah.
green, yes. That there was a bylaw in a community that said 10% of the parking area had to be green space. So a developer painted 10% of the parking area green and said that was compliant, and they won in
They won,
court.
Yeah.
Can you? I
No.
In
mean,
this day
You
and
have to be
age,
clear.
so
Words
it was
matter.
like, oh,
Words matter.
And he said every comma. Remember how town meeting people complain about every comma? But he said every comma actually literally does
Yeah.
matter. So anyway. it was-
Definitely, it depends what the definition of is.
No.
So I'll see what other notes I have that were that might be useful to share.
That's great. Yeah, and Bob Mitchell was one who, when we started talking about recodification, he was one of the attorneys that we were thinking about,
And he's,
helping us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he seemed back obviously with a lot of experience, a lot of more stories he could have told than the few that he did. He told
Yeah.
a few stories.
He's up in
Right.
Concord, right? He's on the planning board at Concord.
Yeah, I'm not sure, cause it was Zoom and he didn't say that.
I think
but-
he's on the planning board in Concord.
Nice.
Good.
Right.
All right, so we have one more, just last cleanup item on the agenda. The letter that, thank you, and how this was a conversation, planning board had talked about sending this letter, which has been drafted, and Maggie had some additional language. I don't know where the select board is with the consideration of talking to the neighbors on this, but I'm happy to put that in if you.
Talking to the neighbors about
The-
what aspect of
The
it?
yellow house adjacent to the library
Mhm.
that was moved.
Mhm.
I don't know if you remember, it was
I've
$1
heard,
million
yeah.
was spent, and they believe the homeowner was willing to allow that the house be moved so that the parking lot could be enlarged and expanded there. And there's been a need for parking, the library's been looking at this, wanting to do some additional parking. So one of the thoughts was, if that property were to come on the market, which it very well may, that part of that land could be somehow purchased or acquired to expand the parking there.
So that was just my language.
That was your,
My
That was
language
proposed,
was just
right.
to suggest, make that suggestion to.
Is that what was in the folder?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
was
that's-
Maggie's
yeah.
just added.
Yeah, I didn't remember it being there. Oh, yeah.
So if folks are good with that letter, I would entertain a motion to approve sending the letter to the library trustees. Again, talking about collaborative efforts and, looking at land use.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to send the letter to the library trustees.
Is there a second? Or have you had a chance to read it, Howard?
I've had a chance to read it, yeah, I mean,
Okay, or Maggie's.
I agree with the intent of it. I think that, I obviously wasn't on the board when that discussion was happening. I think that putting on my architect hat and designer hat for a few seconds, I think that everything is in here is something that would happen in a real project once it gets to that point. I know that right now that it's not a real project to this point. They're just trying to explore different options, so I understand that the letter is trying to ask for more collaboration, which I'm for, but I just wanna make sure that I think it's been said, to reiterate, right, there is no real project and we're just trying to I think that all the things that are spelled out in here would happen in a real design process and a review process with the community and the board, so
This is not very different than what we sent to the select board on the East Milton Fire Station.
Okay.
Well, it's different in the sense that it's being more specific than the one for East Milton. It's making more
Yeah.
specific requirements and suggestions than the one in East Milton.
And it's a request, I mean, it's the
I
trustees can
just wanna
discuss it.
point out, it's not exactly the same.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I would also want to make a motion that we CC the select board, because it's obviously the select board's decision, whatever happens with, that, the land there.
Well, certain things here, we've heard concerns. So, it's implying that this board's heard concerns that others who have been working on it, the library trustees, et cetera, haven't heard or that they haven't considered. And that somehow your concerns aren't being heard somehow. I think the language of it, it's more than just saying that you want to have some role in it. It's implying that there's been a problem with the process to date. So for that reason, I am going to vote no on sending this letter.
Well, I think, just to,
And I don't think you have a second yet.
well, I'll second then.
Okay.
So with the concerns, I think a lot of us were attended both public forums. And there's been a lot of concerns with sustainability. We had the members of the Shade Tree Committee speak up. People concerned about a scenic roadway, people concerned that it is in the National Historic Register District. This is all part of our National Register District. And, the removal of trees at a time when we keep saying we're losing our tree canopy, Milton has to be careful. These are concerns that I've heard and they've been expressed publicly, and it's.
So members of this board have expressed publicly at those forums that they don't support doing this. So it's a conflict to say that you've heard when you're expressing your own opinions through this letter. That's my
What you're
opinion,
saying,
and other
this.
people at those same forums express support for at least moving forward with the next exploratory portion of this. This isn't a vote at a current stage of a project, to Hal's point. Is there an opportunity to get parking through a public-private partnership? That's the question through the RFP process that will get answered. It's not a question of whether there's a support for a project today or tomorrow. You know that many locations have been studied for parking that don't meet the library's needs. The house potentially coming on the market is a new piece of information, which I'm sure the libraries folks are aware of and will explore. But to say that we should put it on the screen if we're going to take a vote on it so you can see what the language is.
Sure. And it's really about land use. I mean, I think that if we're not included in discussion about potential land use, particularly in a historic town center, I think it's to exactly what we were saying, like, why wouldn't we be part of that discussion with land use, just as East Milton Fire Station, we would like to be part of that. This is being part of the discussion of future land use, and I just think, you know, zoning, whatever zoning has to be done, it's something that is a bigger conversation than just the trustees going and preparing an RFP that the select board will issue without having a real discussion on land use and best use and looking at the site, because a lot of people probably don't know that the memory care is about to take down a huge amount of trees in that area,
Like
bring
300,
in
isn't it like 300 trees?
300 trees, bring in a huge amount of traffic, trucks, delivery, what's gonna be going on in that section. We already have, this area is probably the worst intersection in Milton. I mean, and it's gotten even worse. People sit, you can't get from one part of Canton Avenue, if you're dropping off kids from school, you had this experience, but you cannot move between the Thatcher Street and, in this section between the library. It is just, and so the idea of, again, personal opinion, but I've heard that this was also shared. I don't think this is the right space to bring in more cars, more traffic. I wanna help the library solve the problem. Winston, I thought, had actually a great solution, an idea, which was a suggestion. And, looking at where the basketball court is behind town hall, where we're talking about potentially putting a new basketball court, a bocce court, that is ample space to have additional parking that would serve town hall, it would serve the churches, it would be a matter of walking across the street, and you could easily add your 30 or 40 spaces on that site, and you would be adding, and you would be creating parking which wasn't only library centric, but it would be serving all of this whole municipal area, and it would be preserving a scenic roadway, which is, there's a reason why people describe Milton as bucolic. I was watching the kids, play at the gazebo and the music concerts. Can you imagine just clear cutting all those woods, moving the 1812, the powder house? It just,
So this is my point. The
Yeah.
letter is not about having
It's not.
collaboration
It's
with the
having
planning
a-
board. It's about saying the planning board wants to kill this and we want you to know that, because that's what you're going through
We
right
are-
now, Meredith.
I'm explaining why there are different things that should be evaluated and why we should look at maybe there are some other options. So, yeah,
So
but go ahead.
the way you're describing right now, I could get behind. That's not exactly what I'm seeing in the letter. That's where my hang up is right now, is that I am for collaboration, I'm for
Right.
exploring every single option we can with the planning board, with the board of trustees, with the select board, I would be for that.
Yeah.
I think I think that we could, and maybe it's not an
Yeah,
option,
yeah,
I think we could tweak the letter to reflect what you're saying
Okay.
now and what I think I've heard Maggie say before and Sean and Cheryl, right?
Yeah.
That we should be collaboratively looking at this, but at the same time, when I'm reading this, I think that the planning board is putting a thumb on the scale in terms of what we think should and should not happen. And I respect your opinion about
Yeah,
the clear cutting. I'm not saying you're wrong by any means, but what I'm saying is that I don't think that's necessarily reflected in the collaborative effort that you're requesting is not
Okay.
necessarily reflected in this letter.
is there something?
So I kind of disagree, because right there, it's, the second paragraph.
Yes, but there's some additional.
So maybe is there a section you would wanna take out that maybe would sound?
Yes, and I'd be
more
happy to,
Do you wanna try?
suggest that. I don't know if I can do it on the fly that right now, but if we need to, I can.
Yeah, I would be happy to,
I apologize, I tried to pull it up on the screen and for some reason it's not cooperating.
I just think
Yeah.
that
cause I do wanna make it sound like it's collaborative, and I'm not, cause I don't know what the best solution, might be, but
right, I think the part that's throwing me off is the we've heard concerns about approaches and then the accommodation of closer to the police station. I think that, to me, again, that may be true, that may be a solution that we can explore,
Right.
but at the same time, my understanding of the project is there is no, and I'm not trying to sound like working, there is no specific project. And I would hope that whomever is part of the responding to this and whoever they hire for designer or the team is exploring those options.
Right.
Right, and maybe there's a way that we could say the same thing without being so specific and I don't know, guiding where we think it could end up. I don't know,
Right.
I may have not eloquently putting it, but
Also, I don't, sorry, my computer died, but if I recall the last, so I went to both forums. And at the last forum, and I don't have it right in front of me, but it was all about housing. So you're saying that there's not an actual project. So I understand there's not an actual design, there's not an actual number of affordable units that are being discussed. But however, the whole presentation was all about housing. So there kind of is a project in mind. And so I think they have sort of put the cart before the horse on this one. And if you want to take out the line on the police station, I'm comfortable taking that out.
That was, I think that was specifically something that Sean had requested at a subsequent meeting. It might have been the last time. I can go back and I'm just
Yeah, right,
want to
yeah.
be clear. I don't want
So-
to, especially with him not
Since
being,
he's not here, right?
with him not being present, I just want to make sure he's.
And I think that there is a push for more collaboration. That's what the whole budget coordination committee is all about, is for more coordination between town boards. So I appreciate that. And so I think this just is an example of another way that we're collaborating with another board. And I don't think we're necessarily, I think Meredith went into more detail in what you just said than this letter is saying, that we just want to be included in shaping and reviewing the RFP. And we want the opportunity for input on site design and feasibility, and we want to coordinate with other relevant boards and commissions, and we want to ensure the RFP allows for a range of approaches, including options with less impact.
So are we gonna send similar letters to the school building committee and to the fire station building committee who are working on projects right now?
I think probably, and I know we just had this discussion that the planning board hasn't traditionally been involved in municipal projects, but my understanding is previous planning board members have sent letters, like for the past 30 years. My understanding is Alex Whiteside, who was on this board for 30 years and probably wrote most of the zoning, which I didn't, I don't agree with all of the zoning that he has written, but he always had a say in an opinion on a project. He always did. So even though maybe it has
Don't have
never
any
been
experience with
like
that.
official, it's my understanding that he always had something to say. And I'm not sure, again, I've only been on the board for a short amount of time, and most of that time was MBTA, and so we didn't really have the opportunity, I think, to be involved in other things. But it was always my hope was that we would, have a say, because I feel like I hear from people all the time saying, oh, how did that get built? Or who was responsible for that? And I think it's natural for the average resident to assume that the planning board has a say or has an input, or our opinion is sought out for anything that's related to
So are we
land
going
use.
to ask the select board to be participants in any response that they're going to have on with the school building committee and the possible purchase of La Brea before they purchase La Brea? Are we going to want to have our
They're
say
seeking
in
our-
that?
Well, they want our
But we're not
say.
reviewing the school building committee's work, right? So I just want, you always wanna be consistent, Maggie. I'm trying to have look at this from a lens of, there's people in this room who don't like this approach to parking solution for the library, so they want to have an active role in it. I don't know if people in this room have there's people in this room who haven't liked the approach to where a new school is going to go. But we haven't written letters saying that we should be involved with the new school site planning or anything else, where the parking lot's going, where the lighting's going, or anything about that's happening.
Well, maybe
We haven't sent anything. We did ask the fire station building committee to show us this planning, but it was pretty much done. We saw nothing on East Milton except when they wanted to take the curb out and take the tree out. And we've seen nothing on Atherton. So those are active projects. So if we're gonna support a letter to the library trustees on an active project, then we should prepare letters for all the other active projects that are municipal
I would support
projects.
And I would
And
support,
Gallo then.
yeah,
I would support that. I would-
So then we
And
shouldn't
it
send this
doesn't-
until we draft all of those. I'm getting punchy at 11.
No, I know,
so-
that's- yeah, exactly. So back to Hal, was there something that would make you become more comfortable with this?
I would be more comfortable if we were to remove or edit the sentence that says certain concepts have surfaced, ... raise bigger policy questions. I think that you could still get the same intent with what you're saying if you were to remove that. To me, it's just the honing in on the specificity, which
Okay,
I hear what you're saying, Maggie, but I think that in any sort of design situation, you have to think about specifics. That doesn't mean they're real. And so, yes, there were some images of housing, but there were also images of, if I remember, there of housing of potential commercial spaces like offices. I'm not saying one is better than the other, but it was exploring different options, which may or may not happen. So
so maybe
that sentence and
that
then
sentence, okay,
and then-
certain concepts.
and then I think that if we were to remove or again heavily edit the paragraph about we've heard concerns all the way to the police station. I think that you can still express the board's desire to be more collaborative, whether it's through town-owned properties that we've discussed more globally and being more involved with that. I think that I could get more.
Would you be comfortable saying, we are concerned about a project that could significantly alter the character of a site, including the loss of wooded areas? As the planning board, we're charged with protecting our scenic roadways and stone walls
and trees.
and trees. So maybe just say, like, having something more general, not
Yes, if there could be a way that it's more general without,
yeah,
cause when I read that,
we are concerned about,
Or just say just like you said before, in the previous paragraph, it says, given the board's role in reviewing site design, our charge is to protect our scenic roads, our stone walls, and our trees.
The only role we have with trees is on scenic roads. We do not have anything in our bylaws that give the planning board any right to tell a private property owner whether they can take a tree down. Meredith may find one in Newton and we may adopt one. We have one. We do not have one now.
Yeah.
You could take down every tree on your property tomorrow, and the select board could take down every tree on that property tomorrow.
well, it's
I'm
the
just saying
town's
that
land, it's
yeah.
not, it's
The
the
town.
town's land. This would have to all be, approved by town meeting, this is.
It's true, that's
Yeah.
true, but I just wanna be clear that the planning board right now does not have a role in protecting trees. That is not.
On scenic roadways.
On scenic roadways.
Which is in the public
Yes.
right of way,
Yeah.
in the public right of way, right?
my singular opinion, if you remove that whole paragraph, I think you can still get the idea behind this letter is saying we want more collaboration, we wanna explore all options. We wanna make sure that whatever the library needs, meets what could potentially be there and is done in the best interest of the town overall. And I think that the letter as stated without those things I've highlighted, along with what Maggie added with the adjacent property, which is something new since the original thing, could be something that
I mean,
would
so I'm
support.
okay removing that whole paragraph, and I know
I would
Sean,
too, yeah.
you know,
And would that
You
make you
talk
feel
about
better too, that it was,
police
that we're not,
Yeah, because that's
Expressing.
not putting a thumb on it.
okay,
To the,
if that, yeah,
I mean, I didn't say so eloquently, so sorry, Meredith, but the idea was you're putting a thumb on it, and your comments were even more specific to that than the letter itself. So you reinforced my concern about putting a thumb on it. So if you take
Let's
out
take
the
that
things
thing
that
out.
put the thumb on it, then I think I
Okay.
do support more collaboration
good,
between
okay.
bodies, but I'm very serious about how this shouldn't be singling out this project because people on this board don't like it, okay? It should be a consistent approach.
yes, and I agree
then-
with that.
On the second page, I also think another thing it says is the planning board is asking for a more deliberate approach. That's a critique of the library trustees. You can say more collaborative approach,
Okay,
but, you know, if I'm a library trustee reading that, I'm thinking, we've been they're thinking they've been deliberate, you know, so, anyway, I
so
think
more
that's.
collaborative, so we'll can
Um,
change that word.
More collaborative approach, yeah, collaborative, I think would be a good,
Okay,
So if we remove that whole "we've heard concerns" paragraph and replace my paragraph with it in that, and then change the word deliberative to collaborative. So it would be those three changes.
and then that one sentence about certain concepts of
certain
surface,
concepts.
Okay.
I would
Yeah.
yes.
Support that, cause I want us to all support sending this for the
I think you need to get maybe, there's another 2 words here in this, that last bullet point on the last page, including options with less impact. You can just say, including all viable options or something, because if that's also putting a stamp or a thumb on it already, that an option has got too much impact.
So including less.
viable options.
Yeah, because if you listen to the work of the library trustees and the master plan implementation committee, there's a whole matrix of options that were looked at. Not all of them met, and the library trustees put together the criteria for what would meet their needs, and not all of them met their needs. So you can say, oh, well, put a parking lot or put parking spaces on Reedsdale Road. Well, you're not gonna get the state to agree to that. Or you can say, put parking spaces next to the library on Reedsdale, when the conservation officer and the conservation commission said, absolutely not, that's wetlands and you can't put parking there. So it has to be a viable option, I'm trying to.
Right.
You know, you can't just say like options, or one that gives you 10 parking spaces and not 30 or 40. Or one that you can only use 2 hours out of the day or 5 hours out of the day, but you gotta clear it every week, so it does.
So Cheryl, what if it said ensure the RFP allows for a range of viable approaches,
Period.
period?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Liz, do you have that?
I think so, I mean, between the.
She's
between-
working on it, I can.
Yeah, live, she's doing
live, I
It's
can
live?
see it.
Oh,
If
really?
you open the folder,
Oh, really?
our
Oh.
folder, you can see it, I can see it, I can see it says EM is editing
You see all those
it.
nasty notes you're writing about us.
Time
Oh
to
my
go
gosh,
home.
please tell me I was not sharing
Please,
my
let's
screen.
leave.
You're not sharing your screen,
Well,
just
last week was
the same
last
file.
week was an 8:30 meeting, now it's 11:30 meeting, it's a little different.
Sorry.
I know, right, right?
It
2
was
weeks.
still light out when we
Yeah.
left last
I
time.
know. We got a lot of time.
You did, yeah.
So we're adding Maggie's language, right?
Yep.
And then
Yes.
I think I've got the rest of the changes. Well, I'll fix it and recirculate it, make sure
Okay.
it follows what you guys
Perfect.
wanted.
Well, it's been put to motion and seconded, do we need to vote on it now?
As amended.
As
As
amended?
amended.
I'm changing
I
my,
mean, we've stayed till 11:30, let's do it, right?
9 more minutes.
Okay. Roll call, or all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll just-
We're gonna she'll circulate it, so
Okay.
if there are any issues,
All right,
I
I'm
won't
gonna
send it.
abstain. Instead of doing that.
okay? And just the one last,
The last thing is easy, Joe, you guys just
Easy.
need to sign this for me,
yep,
if you don't mind. Okay,
okay,
you can do that after you
site
adjourn.
plan, yeah,
Is there a special cool pen?
I didn't bring any cool pens this time, when we have
I
an
thought there was like a
A&R, I'll
signing
bring
pen.
Sharpies.
motion to adjourn, second,
Yeah.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.